2018. It is 9 a.m. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Mayor Holland? Here. Vice Mayor Cuff?
Here.
Councilmember Clufus?
Present.
Councilmember Lyon?
Here.
Councilmember Shipley? Here. Mayor, all members are present.
Thank you. We'll now open up to public participation. Any member of the public wishes to make public comment on items not on the agenda, please do so at this time. You have up to 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes will begin. Morning.
Morning, Mayor Holland and members of the council. Bob Thomas, Royal Oak Drive. Approximately 6 or 8 weeks ago, site work began on a site 7577 Royal Oak Drive. Grading, fill, rough plumbing, concrete floor and foundations are all done. In the course of all of that work, the trucks leaving and entering the site were carrying and dumping dirt all the way along Royal Oak Drive. During the week of September 10th, a complaint was registered with the city. A second complaint was registered in the week of September 17th. A third complaint was registered September 26th. I left the city on the 27th. When I returned on October 2nd, nothing had changed. I emailed Councilman Lyon on October 4th, and were it not for the heavy rain, all of that dirt and mud would still be in the middle of the road. Nobody has done anything. We deserve better. In particular, for example, my neighbor just had every inch of his property cleaned and is now covered with dirt again. And I would like to know why nothing is being done. The dirt remains now to a lesser degree, but it's still there. And with the exception of the dirt that washed off the side of the road, the areas where there's any grass along the roadway is where the dirt gathered at this time. So I believe that this is clearly right to the letter of section 24-162 of the code in Palm Coast, which says that the city is responsible for notifying the contractor to see that that dirt and clumps of mud are removed. What is happening to our inspections? As I said, plumbing, site work, fill, grading, temporary electric is all done. And to say nothing of code enforcement that are constantly on the road. But who's responsible for seeing to it that these roads are taken care of? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Mayor Holland, I also have some photos. They're not real good, but...
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
agenda item for the expansion of that program later in the agenda. I think it's, let me see, it is, I believe agenda item number
8.
8. Thank you, Virginia.
Yeah, so you can speak, we'll have public comment during that period too.
All right. Then I guess the only thing I can comment on, sorry about that, is the driveway and garage for the requirements being loosened. I think that's going to take away from Palm Coast. We moved down here. We love this area. That's one reason, and a lot of people, I'm sure, here moved down here because of what Palm Coast has to offer. And it seems like all the restrictions are getting loosened for no reason that other than for development and for the developers. So thank you, and I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You can come back up. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a meeting to go to at 12 o'clock.
Okay. Hopefully we'll be there before that. Thank you.
Louis McCarthy, Palm Coast. Last week, well, I haven't been well, and I haven't been here, but that's neither here nor there. Last week I called up, last Tuesday I called up, and I said that yard waste clippings had not been taken. It will be 2 weeks Wednesday, and I told him I live at 107 Pine Circle Drive, Palm Coast. That's Pine Grove section. Well, I just started driving myself so I could drive around. I noticed that in the Pine Grove area section, all of the clippings, palm fronds and stuff, have been laying around and have stacking up. People who have palm trees, and I have a lot of them, have been stacking up. And what makes me madder than anything is I get my lazy grandnephews to come out there and work for me and to stack them up, and nobody's taking them away now. I called up Waste Pro yesterday, and not yesterday, Monday, and I let them know, look, this Wednesday will be 3 weeks that they have not picked up palm fronds, and it's the palm fronds. They have not picked those up at all, and I notice it's the whole area. Is that way, not just my block, but my whole area. And I don't complain that often, but when you hear me complain, you know it's something. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Mr. Neilbach from the R section. I'd like to know the update on the Florida Park Drive, if there's anything being done, meetings, studies, anything by the city. It's been over a year. And the second one is, what's the status on the airport issue that the prior city manager was working with and the council? And I haven't heard anything on that in a while either. Could I get an update on both of those, please?
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me my 3 minutes. I'm Celia Puglisi, resident of Palm Coast since 1991. I have seen through all these years, I was a fan for us to become a city, and I'm still, and it's beautiful Palm Coast. I want to keep it that way. Now, I have noticed through the years and lately, we just got a raise in our utility rates, a pretty hefty raise. We have to understand that 60% of the people that reside in Palm Coast does not make $80,000, $90,000 a year. And we need to be receptive to their needs.
Are you talking about the utility
No,
tax
I am not
today?
talking. I'm talking about the past raises we just had with our utility bills, okay? Those raises were in the drainage system and our utility bill that they're being just approved, okay? So what I'm considering is the issue that most people cannot afford this type of raises probably we plan more pretty soon. The people cannot afford that, and you have to be receptive to that. We want to have good services, but what I have noticed throughout all these years is this. We are using too much of our taxes for growth and developers' impact fees exemptions, and to fund those, with the lack of sufficient impact fees, to fund those infrastructures needed for those new developments. That should not be this way. We should be served first, the existing residents and our needs, like, you know, was just mentioned, Florida Park Drive, the old Palm Coast. And then if there is any money, it is to go to growth. Not that we invite developers here, exempting $500,000 to build lately some low housing income. I have nothing against that, but they need to fund a Coconut Grove developer. Rich should not be given $500,000 in exemptions. Also, rich town center developer, why are we, the people of Palm Coast, paying for $144,000 for a consultant studying the revitalization of the town center? That should be paid by the developers, and the special interest within the CRA was enough that we came up with $5 million to contribute to the CRA, to all the properties that were bought in Boulder's Rock and are being given away to a fraction of the price to some developers, just for the name of the future tax income that those commercial units will give to us. Probably I won't see that before I die. Most of us look like us, like me here, and we might not be able to see that benefit of those tax incomes for which we give so much to developers and growth. We need to stop that. Put something that we can slow down that, and we take care of all Palm Coast, and we take care of the citizens without raising our taxes, and we take care of our public works department. If it's in such a bad shape, should have been done before the city hall, the community center, and many other newer things that we didn't ask. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments. Next speaker. I'm going to say this one time. This is a public hearing. We have public comment. We want to hear your input. This is a business meeting. We do not agenda item.
Trust me, it's not. John Brady, Palm Coast. I'd like to remind the audience that there is no clapping, but what I would suggest, if you agree with the speaker's comments, raise your right hand.
Mr. Brady, that is not allowed either, please.
That's
Thank
not
you.
allowed?
No, sir, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Next speaker.
First, I'm going to say this. If this is such a terrific community to live in, why are so many people moving out? Now, you drive around and you see this for sale signs all over the place. Now, that's one thing. I had to leave the meeting the other day, so now the fee for home businesses is still $50. That's almost 10 years now. My taxes have gone up. My insurance has gone up. Everything that I do in this city has gone up. But they are still paying $50 a year. That's $50 a year. A man that opens a store doesn't even think of $50 a year as rental or paying the taxes for the city to do a business. $50 a year today is nothing. The guy comes and mows your lawn and he gets $35. Now, I think you people should think that and, you know, consider that again. Because after 10 years, you know, my taxes went up, everybody's taxes went up, and I would say more than 50%. So $50 should be considered nil. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. We'll now move to agenda item number 1, which is the approval of the minutes of the City Council, October 2nd, 2018, City Council business, October 9th, 2018, City Council workshop. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Agenda item number 2, under presentations and proclamations, is a presentation of 2018 Intercoastal Waterway Cleanup Event results.
Mayor, Council, I think Denise Bevan's going to handle this presentation.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Pleasure to be in front of you today. I'm joined by Ms. Jordan Myers, our environmental planning technician in the planning division. She was a significant role player in this event. So just to start off, what are our objectives? Of course, this is part of the strategic action plan, enhance community and visitors' recreational opportunities and experiences at community events. We want to reduce pollution, obviously, increase participation, volunteer safety and convenience is at the forefront of this event, increase sponsorships and community investment, and at the end of it, just to have fun. So this year, event day was September 8th, and our focus within the cleanup is on our saltwater canals, intercoastal waterway, parks, and trails. We want to expand awareness about pollution and how that affects the environment, and it's typically conducted in conjunction with the International Coastal Cleanup event. This year, the international event was on September 15th, and that is when the whole world comes out and cleans up. We were lucky enough that we enjoyed the community center as our event headquarters, and it was like coming home. It was a beautiful opportunity to enjoy the facility, and we loved the AC too. It was great. So since 2013, we've developed, as part of the event, mascots, and you'll see here some of our past mascots, including Walter Waterways last year. And how do we develop their names? So we have a campaign through social media, and this year it was named the Dolphin. So a dolphin was our mascot. And just to read off some of the names: Finny McFinface, my favorite, Aqua, Delta, Finn, Bubbles the Dolphin, Dolphina for Aquina, Palm Coast, Shelly, Coasty, Splash, and Nellie. And if you know about Marineland, you know about Nellie. So we had many entries, obviously beyond these names, but we had to pick a few and send that back out to our followers on social media. And we had, this year, an overwhelming response, 546 votes for the winning name. And our third place was Coasty. Splash was a close second. And Finn, by 113 votes, won the contest. And we utilize the mascot, of course, to encourage participation and expand the reach of awareness through social media. But we also utilize it to reinforce our Rooted in Nature theme that we're trying to promote as our brand. So we bought a dolphin, and we try to imitate what Finn looks like in the posters and the flyers, and he went on a road trip. And at some of the different locations, promoting Finn and our waterways, of course, Finn had to go to Marineland and see his counterparts at Marineland. And this one was one of the most popular, just a scenic view of our mascot. So we could not do this without, of course, City Council's leadership and support, but also we have some major sponsors and partnerships that contribute to the success of the event. Approximately $6,000 in contributions that represents gift certificates and gift cards that ultimately become prizes for our volunteers, which we'll go over later in the presentation. And we always send out a big thank you to Florida Inland Navigation District that we pursue a grant every year, and every year for the last 11 years have granted us $5,000, and that's added up to $55,000 for all the events since we started. This year, we try to change it up every year so the volunteers don't get bored, and we have a lot of families and young groups that participate, and this year we came up with Litter Bingo. And so we printed out these sheets, which were developed by 2 of our interns, and that they basically created bingo cards. And if you got 5 in a row and you brought back your event results, you would actually be able to participate in one of the raffles that we do at the end of the event. And in addition to the items that you find, we noted basically how long does it exist in the environment. So just to give a little bit more awareness that when you litter, it just doesn't go away. And so event day, volunteers started very early. Here's some of our volunteers. You'll notice this group of 4 to the left. I get pretty tickled about this picture because they're wearing their event t-shirts from over the years. And you see basically 4 years of different t-shirts in that one photo. Lots of groups going out together to tackle the trash, and we provided, of course, the supplies that they would need, including garbage bags, gloves, wipes, and pickers. Here's some additional photos. So when the volunteers had their trash, we worked with Waste Pro to locate numerous dumpsters at convenient locations, including the community center, that they could discard their trash. At the community center, when volunteers come back, we had numerous exhibitors that were there, including our utility department about water conservation. You'll see here Maya McGuire, Dr. Maya McGuire from Sea Grant, and Whitney. So when they come back, they check in, they give us their results, how much trash they think they collected, and then we also start the discussion of raffling. And again, the community center was a perfect location. A lot of the folks went out and played, while we were working on the results. They enjoyed refreshments. Overall, it was a wonderful day. And here's just a snapshot of the volunteers waiting for the prizes and the raffles to begin. And we had it as an opportunity to talk about, you'll see hands raised, who was their first time coming to the community center, or who are our new volunteers, just to keep them engaged. And our winners, we had quite a few different contests. Developed by our interns was a low waste raffle. And so there was numerous questions, and the volunteers provided their answers. And if they answered all 4, they were basically enrolled in the raffle. And the focus of this was you can change your daily behavior, your habits, and maybe choose different products to reduce your waste in your home. And the winners actually received numerous items, including a beeswax food wrapper that you can use instead of plastic, a tumbler that they can reuse, metal straws, numerous items that they can go home, and it came with instructions because I'm not sure if I would know how to use all those items. The winner of most collected trash was a group. I believe it was a Boy Scout group, and they collected over 300 pounds, and you're not seeing, your eyes aren't misleading you, that is actually a little dinghy that they found, and they actually brought that all the way back to the community center and discarded it. And I have to say, on the larger items or more challenging items that they found, our public works staff was right out there with them in gator carts with water and supplies to make sure that they weren't taking risks they shouldn't. The most unique find contest, this is always a crowd pleaser. We asked each volunteer to bring back an item that they found that they just couldn't believe that they found in the environment. We had numerous items. You see a few here, including bicycles, little toys, just random items. And our most unique find contest winners, you see them very happy. They have a whole bunch of really cool items to go home with, including the history of Marineland. And our winner of this contest goes home with a mascot. I think that was their happiest part, weren't they? We were a little sad to part with Finn, but. And here's an image of all of our proud winners. And our results, we had 262 volunteers actually participate this year, a little down from previous years. And then they collected over a ton of trash. So very impressive on behalf of our volunteers. And with that, we're here for any questions or feedback.
Great job. Very well done. We appreciate all the volunteers and the commitment from our staff to help Palm Coast remain the beautiful community it is. Thank you. Okay. Agenda item number 3 is a presentation, Waste Pro Community Appreciation. Hello.
Yes, the representatives from Waste Pro have a presentation for the community.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Sean Jennings. I'm the president of Waste Pro, and I'm glad that we're here for something that's really, really positive. We're here to say thank you to the community, thank you to the residents, thank you to the commission, mayor, staff, everyone, for truly proving that this is a active and supportive community by the recent outpour of support for our employee who was hurt. You know, it's been 14 years since we started here in the city, and Waste Pro has really grown since then. And now we service 2 million residential customers and have 300 exclusive contracts, and it wouldn't happen if we didn't have support and didn't have the fortunate opportunity to be able to work in communities like this. And so I'll read the certificate of appreciation. And this award is presented to the residents of Palm Coast for your incredibly kind gesture in coming together as a community to support one of our Waste Pro team members during his recovery. Waste Pro cares about our communities, and the dozens of Get Well cards we receive makes us proud to serve the community of Palm Coast. A sincere thank you from all of us at Waste Pro. And now I would like to introduce our division manager, Shay Drury, and he'll give us an update on our employee.
Good morning. I just want to say thank you again to the residents. It means a lot. It's been a positive effect on all my employees. We build a relationship. We try to build a relationship and a positive relationship with the community residents. They work hard to pick up the trash, and so to see the support they're getting from the community means a lot to them. Just shows that y'all care, and they're proud of their job. The injured employee is doing great. He's starting rehab this week after he completed his surgeries. His room is just decorated. His daughter's decorated every wall in there with cards. He's so positive. The first day I saw him, he was already asking about work and coming back to work. And when I told him about the support and when I brought him the cards, he just started crying. And it was emotional. But he's doing really well. And again, I'm so proud to serve as a community like Palm Coast. It's really special.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I think we're going to have a photo opportunity, and Shay, if you can address Mr. McCarthy's concerns after you get done with the photo. Thank you.
Sir, I will.
number 4 is a proclamation for Florida City Government Week. Councilmember Lyon will be presenting. I believe our city clerk will be the one receiving, so.
Whereas, city government is the government closest to most citizens and often has direct daily impact upon its residents. And whereas, city government is administered for and by its citizens and is dependent upon public commitment to and understanding of its many responsibilities. And whereas, city government officials and employees share the responsibility to pass along their understanding of this level of government and the importance of volunteering in their community. And whereas the Florida League of Cities and its member cities have joined together to teach students and other citizens about municipal government through a variety of different projects, volunteer opportunities, and information. And whereas Florida City Government Week is a time for municipalities to provide and foster civic education, collaboration, volunteerism, and more. And whereas Florida City Government Week offers an important opportunity to convey to all the citizens of Palm Coast and Florida that they can share and influence government through their civic involvement and positively impact lives by civic engagement. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the City of Palm Coast Mayor and the City Council that the week of October 23rd through October 29th, 2018 be recognized as Florida City Government Week.
Thank you. Virginia, did you want to say anything?
Sure. On behalf of all of our city employees that are very dedicated to providing services to our residents, we thank council. This is being celebrated, as Vince said, with Florida League of Cities members throughout the state of Florida this week to acknowledge the service and dedication that we provide to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Okay, we'll now move to agenda item number 5, which is a proclamation for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Councilmember Shipley will be presenting. I'd ask those receiving to please come up to the podium.
Just gonna wait till everyone gets up. Okay. Whereas, home should be a place of warmth, unconditional love, tranquility, and security. And for most of us, home and family can indeed be counted among our greatest blessings. Tragically, for many Americans, their home is tarnished by violence and fear. And whereas family violence is a crime that transcends race, religion, ethnicity, and economic stature, and one of its greatest tragedies is its effect on our children. And whereas an estimated 4.8 million cases of domestic violence occur each year, and its most tragic level kills an average of more than 3 women every day nationally. And whereas the Family Life Center, the only certified domestic violence emergency shelter and sexual assault in Flagler County, served 1,089 victims in the past year. And whereas each October, the formal recognition of Domestic Violence Awareness Month allows the community to acknowledge and show their support for the victims of this horrific crime. And whereas the Flagler County Advocates Alliance, comprised of the Flagler County Sheriff Office Victim Advocate and the Flagler Beach Police Department Victim Advocate and the State Attorney's Victim Advocate for the 7th Judicial Circuit, Flagler and Family Center, and the Flagler County Sheriff Domestic Violence Summit membership are committed to confront this crisis and are working together to increase public understanding of this problem and mobilize community efforts to end domestic violence. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the City of Palm Coast Mayor and City Council do hereby designate October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urge all citizens of Palm Coast to become a part of the community response to end domestic violence and to send the message that this crime will not be tolerated in our community. As we spread awareness of domestic violence in our community during the month of October, we recognize that it takes an entire community to stand together and make a difference. Together we can break the cycle and impact the lives of the future generations. Signed, this 16th day of October 2018, City of Palm Coast, Melissa Holland, Mayor.
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Good morning. First and foremost, on behalf of the advocates at the Family Life Center, the advocates at Flagler Beach Police Department, the advocates at Flagler County Sheriff's Office, and the advocates at the State Attorney's Office, we want to thank the City of Palm Coast for recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We also want to make sure that we inform all of you, as well as the residents that are here and beyond, that domestic violence happens every day in this community. And as beautiful as Palm Coast is, it is not absolved of this horrific crime. And so we ask for your continued support, both with your time, your treasures, and your talents, in helping us to educate our community and supporting victims throughout Flagler County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, you can clap. You can clap.
Okay, now if everybody just squish together just a little, I think we got it. Mr. Clufus? Okay, we're going to do a few cameras here. I don't see one person's face. There she is. All right, 1, 2, 3. We're going to do a couple pictures with the phone and then a couple with the camera. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. We'll do one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Clapping after the news, I'd appreciate it. So I'm trying to keep this moving. Okay. Agenda item number 5 is a proclamation, or agenda item number 6 is a proclamation recognizing Disability Employment Awareness Month. Councilmember Clufus will be presenting. I'd ask the group that will be receiving this proclamation to please come forward.
Morning, Mayor, Council. Whereas, Florida continues to foster economic growth through the development of a talented and diverse labor force and the active and meaningful participation of individuals with disabilities as students, parents, employees, employers, and policymakers is essential to providing equal opportunity to all Floridians. And whereas during the 2017-2018 school year, there were more than 300,000 students with disabilities enrolled in the K-12 education system, 20,000 students enrolled in the Florida college system, and more than 14,000 students enrolled in the state university system who reported having a disability. And whereas in 2017-2018, the Division of Career and Adult Education enrolled more than 8,000 adults with disabilities in adult general education and post-secondary career and technical education programs, and more than 100,000 students with disabilities in secondary career and technical education programs. And whereas the Florida Division of Vocational Rehabilitation helps individuals with disabilities become part of America's workforce, and in 2017-2018 served 45,877 Floridians and assisted another 5,975 in finding or keeping jobs. And whereas the Florida Division of Blind Services, DBS, is dedicated to ensuring that Floridians who are blind or visually impaired have the tools, support, and opportunity to achieve a success. And in 2017-2018, DBS helped 854 individuals achieve successful employment outcomes, and another 10,614 received assistance to become more successful in school, community, and work. And whereas, in addition, the DBS Bureau of Business Enterprise is comprised of 122 facility managers, has employed 225 Floridians generating taxable gross sales more than $22 million, and the Braille and Talking Book Library served more than 31,000 active readers with disabilities. And whereas, it is important to continue encouraging individuals with disabilities to realize their abilities in their education, employment, and communities. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that the month of October be officially designated Disability Employment Awareness Month, and call on all citizens of Palm Coast to celebrate the many contributions individuals with disabilities make to Florida, to our nation, and to the world. Signed this 16th day of October 2018, City of Palm Coast Mayor Melissa Holland.
Thank you. Kim, would you like to say a word?
So thank you all very much. I want to thank everyone here for helping us celebrate this very important month. What you see in front of you now is just some of your future workforce in Flagler County. We actually this year, with the support of our ESC Director, Dr. Tim King, with our Education Foundation, with Student and Community Engagement, and our Superintendent, we were able to integrate 2 new programs for students with disabilities in our transition programs. And all are focusing on the soft skills necessary to maintain employment, the necessary skills to fill the workforce, and really just a better way to enrich your lives and our lives as well. So thank you for recognizing this important month, but also thank you for considering young people with disabilities into your workplace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let's all get up here for the photo. You don't know if we can make it? Too many of us? We'll have to squish in like best friends. I'm gonna take it. Yeah.
Agenda item number 7 is a presentation of certificates to graduating students of the City of Palm Coast Citizens Academy class.
Good morning. I'm Cindy Lane, the Communications and Marketing Manager, and I've asked Mayor Holland if she'll assist me with the graduation. The Palm Coast Citizens Academy, this is our 44th class, and we do the class 3 times a year. The students come out for 5 weeks. They visit different city facilities. They meet their elected officials as well as the directors and many employees of all of our departments, and really do a dive into what it takes to run the city and how things work, and they get sort of a behind-the-scenes look. And we had a great class this time, and today is our graduation. So what I'm going to do, graduates, is I'm going to call your name, the mayor will present your certificate, and then if you can just gather here in front of the dais, and then we'll do a class photo at the end. Janet Baldwin. Mario Carmo. Kathleen Coleman. Linda Formasano. Nadia Hardy. Nicholas Krim.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Peggy Krim. Kim Manford. Sharon Mulvaney. We're very excited. Sharon's going to be participating in our Mobility Week activity coming up November 1st. As a citizen with an interesting story about the trail system. So. Bill Nix. And Jean Nix. Oh, she's not here? Okay. Sheila Platt. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sherry Raphael. Thank you so much. Vinny Raphael. Bill Shelley.
Amazing.
Sue Shelley. Kathy Shook. And Bob Shook. I think the Taylors are absent. Denise Taylor and Everett Taylor, they are absent today. Diana Thackwell. I think I'm missing one. get it to you. I apologize. I don't know why it's not in my eye. She really did graduate, I promise. Did anybody else get missed? So the only other two people who are missing are Mickey Legay and Christopher, and they were dropping off their car at the car dealer, so I hope they get here in a few minutes. But Christopher is our youngest ever graduate of the Citizens Academy. He's 13 years old. He came every week with his mom, and he was trying to come today and miss a couple hours of school, but it looks like maybe they didn't get here in time. So what we need everyone to do is make a few rows, tall people in the back and shorter people toward the front. So one of the requirements of the Citizens Academy is that they go to a council meeting, and little did we know that this council meeting would be the longest business meeting agenda in years. So it's a fun day. Okay, we're going to do a few. All right, just squeeze together just a tiny bit more on there. Okay, can everyone see me? If your face can't see me, then slide a little. All right, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to do the camera. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Can everyone see me? Yes. 1, 2, 3. We will now recess our City Council business meeting and convene the State Road 100 CRA business meeting. Agenda item number 8, State Road 100 Community Redevelopment Agency Resolution, Innovation District and Innovation Kickstart Program Expansion.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This is an item as for the CRA Board and City Council in your consent agenda. This item, we started the Innovation District some time ago. Part of this innovation is the Kickstart Grant Program, and those funds are paid for by the State Road 100 Community Redevelopment Agency, not the City of Palm Coast. I just want to clarify that. Secondly, we've gotten a lot of interest wanting to really be located in our downtown and really kickstart some opportunity here. So with that, we've gotten a request to expand the area to which the grant can be applied. It doesn't change the, still in place is the cap on the number of units, as well as the timing. So to any developers out there listening, this is a limited time opportunity to start projects in our downtown and get started. So with that, Wynn is going to give the details of the small change to expand the area.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Once again, very excited to be in front of you again. We've had a lot of interest with the Innovation District. It launched June 5th. By you guys approving it. Since then, we've had 2 serious applicants come through for residential projects, one of them being the Palms at Town Center, which you may have heard about. They're bringing 88 residential units right on the corner. With that, we've also had the developer approach us and expanded the Innovation District, and that's what I'm here to talk about today, as I talked about at the last workshop. And then with this presentation last week too, we also talked about an innovation fund, and for that we're going to table it. We have some, the deadline for the developer has been extended into November, so we have some time to get our ducks in the row and make sure that we're meeting the needs, and also to the developer refines what their, the second phase that they're working on. So with that, this is a picture of the Innovation District. It's our urban core. It's in the heart of Town Center. And what we're being asked to do is expand, so include parcels 21, 20, and 22. This would be future homes to residential areas, particularly townhome. With adding these parcels to the Innovation District, once again, it's in still the urban core of Town Center. It's very much connected. It would meet that criteria of not your traditional 3-bedroom, 2-bath, quarter-acre lot home. The developer, if we do this, would propose adding 200 residential units to our area. So with the Palms and another project we have about 300 residential units coming to our area. So this additional 200 would put us about 500 residential opportunities for our community. This development, if came through with this additional parcels, would be a part of the Innovation Kickstart program. Once again, as Bo had mentioned, it would be a part of that 1,000 residential units, a part of the Innovation Kickstart program that qualify. Per every residential unit, they get a $5,000 impact fee credit towards utilities. And once again, it just aligns with the Innovation District, that connectivity, the walkability. I'll just show really quickly too. It's, like I said, very much connected to the Innovation District in the way that it's already set up. So we're just asking you to consider approving these additional areas and really making the Innovation District very comprehensive.
So, and just to once again emphasize that credit is ultimately paid by the CRA, which is taxes from just this area, not the remainder of the city. So the impact fee fund is kept whole. The CRA essentially pays that credit on behalf of the developer.
Council, any questions or comments on this issue? Okay. Now open up to the public. Any member of the public wish to make public comment on agenda item number 8, please do so at this time.
Coast. I noticed that all these development is for residential. What are we doing to bring in some kind of industry that we can get something out of? A house doesn't employ people, but an industry will employ people, and you have people coming out of colleges and high schools that are going to need jobs. And all these people, and all these high school graduates, they're not staying in Palm Coast. And all this talent is leaving Palm Coast, and what are we getting? You can look around and see what we're getting.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hello again, Mr. Nealbach, R Section. I'd like to commend the city staff on doing all this work over the time for Town Center to continue to grow, and I appreciate all the effort. It's very important. People don't realize that we do need more ratables in this town, and the Town Center area is a great place for it, and I really appreciate what the city's doing to work at this. Also, I'd possibly get some answers from what we asked earlier today.
Next speaker.
As a president, I have a question. Is this the innovation program on which the city has paid $144,000 to a consultant, Ms. Mayor?
Next, okay, are you
Is this?
I'll answer your question after all public comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
New to Palm Coast, just here to thank you for showing up and letting us come here and talk to you and just have a sense of participation. It's new to me and I just love it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay, we'll close public comment. Mr. Howell's comments about, this is one component residential. The purpose of setting up an innovation district and an opportunity zone will allow industry to come to Palm Coast and take advantage of those different tools that we have put together. And so we're working towards those goals. We also collaborate with the county that does have the economic development arm for Flagler County, and they are working towards their goals to bring different industry here as well. So we're working collaboratively in that effort as well. And as far as the innovation, the $144,000 144,000?
I'm not sure the 144,000 consultant number. I don't recall. Maybe I can get with the resident afterwards and find out what she's referring to. And if I could just piggyback, Mayor, this is one small action of numerous actions this council's taken for the innovation zone. And so while we're talking about residential today, there's a lot in the works with regards to educational, commercial, business development opportunities. So I don't want it to get lost sight that we're just referring to residential, because there's more to the strategy. And then I believe Mr. Nielenbach asked for a follow-up on 2 of his comments. Do you want me to do that now, Mayor? Or
Florida Park Drive is in our strategic action plan. We're bringing something back, and as far as the airport commons, we're working towards that. Yep. We will have a resolution soon.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Okay, council, I will take it back to this council, entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. We will adjourn the State Road 100 CRA business meeting and reconvene the City Council. Move to agenda item number 9, which is an ordinance.
Madam Mayor, Council, the title of this ordinance is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, providing for the amendment of the official zoning map as established in Section 2.06 of the City of Palm Coast Unified Land Development Code. This ordinance amends the official zoning map for approximately 4.79 acres, more or less. This property is generally located east of Seminole Woods Boulevard, west of Pinnacles Drive, and south of State Road 100. And it's described in the attached Exhibit A. And it's being rezoned from limited office, or OFC1, to general commercial, COM2, zoning district. This ordinance provides for conflicts, provides for severability, for non-codification, provides for an effective date. Mayor, Council, this is a quasi-judicial matter. This is the second reading. So if there are any ex parte communications between the first reading and today, those should be disclosed at this time.
Council, any ex parte communication?
No.
Okay, Bo?
Mayor, Council, this is second reading. It is currently zoned office going to commercial on State Road 100 corridor. There's been no additional comments or development since first reading, and we feel that this is ready for final action. Staff is available for questions should any arise.
Okay, Council, any discussions or questions on this agenda item? Now I'll open up to the public. Any member of the public wish to make public comment on agenda item number 9, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Take it back to this council. Entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Agenda item number 10 is an ordinance.
Mayor, Council, this is an ordinance granting to Florida Power and Light Company successors and assigns an electric franchise, imposing provisions and conditions relating thereto, providing for monthly payments to the City of Palm Coast, and providing for an effective date.
Did you want to read agenda item number 11? Because I know there'll be one presentation at the same time.
Sure, absolutely, ma'am.
Well, before we do that, I wanted to make a motion to table agenda item 11.
We have to read the ordinance.
Okay, so I do it afterwards.
Yes.
Mayor, Council, this is the title agenda item number 11, an ordinance of the City of Palm Coast, Flagler County, Florida, enacting a public service tax on purchases of electricity service, providing for applicability, levy, and amount, exemptions, collection by seller, and remittance to city, and records of sales, providing penalties for failure of seller to pay the tax to the city and non-payment by the purchaser, providing for notice to the Department of Revenue and an initial levy date, providing for severability, codification, conflicts, and for an effective date.
I would like to make a motion to table agenda item 11. I think we need to do more research. Not that I don't think Mr. Lyons is perfectly capable of making the decision, but I think it's a lot to put on someone that's just here for a short time. Pretty soon we'll have new council members that'll be here. That I think it just needs to be more public meetings, even looking over other utilities and see how they do theirs to try to get down that 21 million to something more reasonable. I just think that's a real big amount to make such a big decision in such a short period of time.
Okay, is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Is there a second to this motion?
I will, this is not because of any question of my own ability either, thank you, Ms. Shipley, but I'll second the motion. I think we need more time for public input.
So if it's moved and seconded.
I'm sorry, what's your question, Mayor?
Call to question for the vote because
Yes,
it's
yes.
tabled. Call to question. All those in favor of the item, please say yes. Or roll call, please, Virginia.
This is for item number 11.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cuff,
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus,
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon,
Yes.
Councilmember Shipley,
Yes.
Mayor Holland.
Yes.
Mayor, this motion passes 5-0 to table item number 11.
Mayor, we still have, obviously, agenda item number 10.
We do. Okay. Tom?
Mayor, Council, today, over the past year, City Council has confronted a number of infrastructure issues and met those head on. First, City Council took a look at our utility system, some of the issues we encountered during the storms with our sanitary transmission and collection system, and adjusted rates to ensure that we have sustainable rates over the future and we address some of those needs. Secondly, City Council took a look at our stormwater infrastructure and directed staff to take a more comprehensive approach and take a look at some of our infrastructure that was installed some 40 to 50 years ago. And so city staff brought back a proposal to you to not only address our swales, but also address the downstream infrastructure to ensure that those swales drain. Today, and kind of finally, you have two infrastructure needs that are at your feet as well. And first, and equally important, which sometimes seems to be missed in this discussion, is our street resurfacing and pavement management program. During the downturn, the city scaled back many projects, including our street resurfacing program. And so this past year, City Council engaged a consultant to take a hard look at how we do street resurfacing and manage our pavement program and get smarter about how we deploy those resources and techniques to better maintain our pavement. And so that consultant brought back the results. Part of that outcome was a funding need in future fiscal years to continue to maintain our pavement management program. And so that will be a continuing need in the future that either this city council or future city councils will face in ensuring that our residents can move about the city. Secondly, and probably one that's received more attention, is our public works facility. Over 2 years ago, City Council engaged a consultant to do a public works master plan. And part of that study was to really take a hard look at needs, scope of project, and some cost estimates so we can arrive at a funding plan to ensure that that project happens. While many may not know actually even where the public works facility is located, because it's on US 1 behind the trees, is nonetheless a critical facility to our city operations. Every rolling vehicle, every piece of equipment in the city, millions of dollars of assets are stored and maintained from that facility. In addition, our public works employees arrive there each and every day and go home from that location. And they're the employees that maintain our streets, maintain our swales, our ditches, our parks, our city facilities, our sidewalks and paths, and our beautiful parkways and medians. The current facility is inadequate, inefficient, and in some cases unsafe. And so, in addition, these are the same employees that after a storm, their boots are first to hit the ground and get this city back up and running. So this is unfortunately another funding need that is at your feet, either this council or future councils. I'm guessing our discussion will be today about how best to fund this facility. Per City Council direction, when we took a look at funding sources, we looked at three important factors, and these came really from City Council. First, diversify our revenue sources. Auditor's comments year after year is about ensuring that we're not reliant on property taxes. right along with that is that we don't use property taxes for these major projects, that we wanted to maintain our lowest property tax rate for a city our size in Florida and in Flagler County as well. And finally, that we consider the burden placed on residents along with the need for these important infrastructure projects. So I don't envy the position you're in today, facing yet again another infrastructure need. And I look forward to the discussion, questions, and debate that will occur about this need. With that, per City Council direction, based on our discussion last week, we did contact FP&L and get the estimated impact to the resident and revenue generation from the 500 kilowatt exemption to further reduce the burden placed on residents for the public service tax. I realize that's been tabled, but our presentation really covers both those items. With that, the presentation again is in two parts. The first part will be about the need for both the payment management program and the public works facility, and the second part will cover the funding sources. Our presentation was geared towards both items. I understand one has been tabled, but I think part of the public process is hearing the information and having the discussion. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carl and Nestor, who will do the first part, and then we'll have a switch halfway in the presentation.
Okay, good morning. Today we're going to cover several items going through the presentation. We'll start off by discussing the current facility at the Public Works. Then we'll discuss the needs, and then review the master plan that was completed, which included the programming analysis, then go over past and future actions, and then there will be a funding option presentation. For the existing facility, there was a tour of the facility. It was open to the public. We wanted folks to see what the facility entailed out there. It's currently beyond its capacity, and the city continues to grow. There are going to be additional needs. One of the major components out there is the fleet maintenance and repair. There are numerous vehicles and equipment that are maintained. Almost 1,400 city-owned vehicles, and there's 7 mechanics that operate out of that facility. There's 220 light vehicles that are maintained, 352 pieces of heavy equipment, 33 fire trucks and trailers, 79 mowers, and over 700 pieces of handheld equipment. And these are just some photos of the current working conditions out there. Much of it is done outdoors. One of the other components that I guess congestion we have out there is employee parking. Currently, there's an access road. The city has an access easement on. This is currently where employees park. It is actually private property. When development occurs to the west, this will no longer be allowed, and they'll have to find a place to park employees' vehicles. There's currently a leased office trailer there for administrative staff. These are some of the wooden structures out there. These were constructed in the mid-'80s timeframe. And just as an overview of the needs, there's been really no major improvements made to the facility since its original acquisition from the county. This facility has outgrown its allowable usage area. There's limited circulation, and it's problematic for efficiency, and there's some lack of safety and security for staff and equipment out there. So a master plan was completed in 2017. There was a team put together of several consultants that specialized in this type of facility. Bergman Associates, Maintenance Design Group, and Marcus Latimer, they all teamed up together. They've worked on dozens and dozens of these facilities, very, very knowledgeable in this area. We went through a process. A master plan is a process, and there are several things that they do to identify the needs. They have questionnaires. They come, have some on-site observations. They interview a lot of the staff here, so they understand how we operate as a city, because every city operates a little differently. They also then compare our needs to industry-wide standards, you know, for fleet facilities, for different practices that take place, and then they put together and analyze a layout, several layouts. They have on-site charrettes, they bring in staff, there's feedback back and forth, and we're basically working together as a team to generate ideas. And then they have recommended options. This here is a current layout of the existing 10-acre site that is being utilized by Public Works. And back when the master plan was presented in 2017, there was discussion of a land swap. There were several master plan options looked at. City owned a parcel north of this site, parcel 1, and there was a private parcel 2 that was just south of our property but contiguous to it. And the city pursued that land swap, and that has occurred. So now it allowed a much larger site to be expanded and developed for future needs and growth and development of a facility that can handle the future needs. This was the approved, recommended, selected master plan layout option. There are multiple structures on this site. On the south end is the fleet facility. And on the north end is the Operations Administrative Center. There's also some covered storage areas and some storage bins, and there's areas for large vehicle equipment parking, additional storage up in here, fuel, wash bays for the large equipment. There's parking that was created, and one of the major components with looking at the site layout was, one was circulation. By gaining the property to the south, it allowed potential access to wellfield grade, which would then allow a lot of the vehicles that come in from off-site, the light-duty trucks and whatnot, to come in and not have to interfere with the operations of the public works yard and large equipment. They can come right in and go to the fleet facility and then head back out. We allowed, you know, 2 ways in and out of the facility. This will help, you know, pre-events, you know, when citizens come for sandbags, they can come in, there's a sandbag area, and they can head right back out. So a lot of thought was taken into consideration when doing this layout for most efficient functional use of the site, in terms of staging for staff in the morning, where materials and equipment are stored and located, protection and security of the equipment. A lot of factors were considered. You know, these structures will be developed, you know, above code standard minimum, because this is first line of defense. You know, when we do respond to major events in the city, you know, these facilities need to be ready to go. There's accommodations in this main facility for staff to be here ahead of time, so they're already on site. You know, if they do need to respond to major events, there's areas, cots can be pulled out into a multi-use type space for training and other uses, but it can also be used for that type of use. Shelter. Correct. There's a lot of, in this area, there's a lot of staging in the morning for the various crews to prep. There's some.
How many restrooms are there currently at the public facility, or public works facility?
4.
4. And how many people start their day there?
110 and another 16 inmates. It's actually 5, because the 5th one is a porta potty for the inmates.
So a lot of the costs that we're looking at here at this master plan involves the underlying infrastructure for improvements like that, right? I mean, basically, is this just been top filled and there's no underlying infrastructure there today?
Correct. There's 3. This plan shows 3 stormwater ponds, where currently there's 0.
Yep. So it's a lot more than just throwing up some pole barns and having a facility that fills this master plan, right?
That's correct.
Understood.
Substantial investment in site development.
I want to make sure, because when we talked, it's not a $21 million building, it's everything that goes into the site, and there's nothing that exists there today.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And maybe it would be a good idea to do piecework with that and look at how much each, you know, have some sort of a program where we go through each stage and what it's costing, how much it's costing, make it more understandable piece by piece how much the bathrooms are going to cost versus the shelter.
I think it's important that we have the message about how underserving this facility actually is for all of our public works. I mean, this is a situation that we need to handle.
Do we have a similar overhead drawing of the existing? Any way we can tell what's there now in a similar view?
Sure. One of the actually a photograph.
Okay. Yeah. And does that include the newly traded land over here, or is this just this is
prior to
2/3 of what's in that other drawing? Okay. Just so I'm clear what we're looking at here.
Yeah, that additional acreage that we swapped for is critical to this proposed plan and design.
That swap is done, right?
That swap is completed. Yep. It gives us contiguous area.
And what's the status of the southern access to the new acreage?
We are working with an access easement now with that property owner. They have come to the city looking at developing their site and expanding doing some work on their development, so we've been in discussions with them and drafting an easement.
In this photograph, employee parking, is it just the north side of Wellfield Street?
Yeah, actually the property line is probably shown incorrectly. The property line's more here, because this is just an easement area here, and that's where most of the employees park. Yeah, the square box didn't quite line up in the area there. So you can see in this photo, this blue box was the additional acquired land.
Right now, they're actually not parking. Employees aren't actually parking on city property right now.
Approximately 30 parking spaces are legitimate on city property.
But there are more than that.
There's more.
Vehicles.
There's twice that many that are parking outside. Yeah.
And so this slide is a little update from what was presented at workshop. This does provide a larger or more detailed breakdown of the various structures and components of work at the facility. These were generated from the consultant that put this together based on their experience of constructing numerous facilities. There's also a construction management firm that did a review of those numbers and confirmed that these dollars are in line with these types of facilities that they've also constructed. These numbers are modified based on what was in the master plan study. These are if construction was to begin in 2020, which is what was projected when we presented it. If we went through a debt-funded option, we would spend about a year in design, and then construction would be able to begin in 2020. So the site work is about $3.7 million. That includes all the development of the site work, the drainage, the infrastructure, all the pavement, all the grading work that needed to be completed. Building 1 is the vehicle maintenance facility, and that's roughly a 30,000 square foot facility. So just in comparison, community center was just about 21,000 square feet. So it's a larger facility than the community center. It has a lot of specialized equipment. So there's a separate line item for the equipment for the facility, as well as the wash station and fuel station now associated with that type of facility. The equipment includes cranes and lifts and lots of heavy duty expensive equipment. So the structure is about $5.6 million and the equipment is about $3.4 million, and those associated structures are built into that cost. Building 2 is the operations building. This is where all the other divisions in public works have some prep areas, some staging areas. This is where there's training rooms, locker rooms, restrooms, meeting space, office areas. All of those type of activities will occur there, the signal shop, those sorts of things. And so that building is about another just over 30,000 square feet as well per the programming. In the programming, these square foots were done not just to meet today's needs. They looked out 10 years and built in expansion to accommodate at least 10 years of growth. And the master plan also, included expansion to those buildings. So beyond that, there's room to add bays to the fleet facility, expand this operation center building. Is strategically laid out on the site so that can occur to handle even additional future needs beyond the 10 years. There's some ancillary buildings, some of those covered areas to protect some of the equipment areas out in the yard. That's close to a little over $150,000, and then there's a generator that would function and handle the entire facility, just over $400,000. So the construction dollars, they do add up to roughly $19.5 million. We have design and construction administration costs, and then some contingency funds. So we had projected that the master plan is going to be close to $22 million. So this hopefully gives you a little more breakdown and I guess detail to what consists of that numbers. Those numbers weren't just a stab in the dark. There was a lot of work put into these numbers based on history, past experience, current market conditions. I know cost of tariffs have come up. That's affecting construction costs. All of that has been factored in and confirmed since the workshop last week with construction management firms and the consultants that these are correct, accurate numbers that reflect current conditions of today.
Nestor, going back to your department and the services they provide in our community, can you highlight again, and Bo, I'd request that you bring up that slide showing how many miles of maintenance we have to maintain in our city, just so we know this is not just employees going out there and planting flowers and medians.
Sure. Well, I'll actually start with the operations that are not housed at Public Works. I'll start, for instance, with utility. Many of the large trucks and heavy equipment that we maintain are utilities equipment. Obviously, without proper maintenance, if that equipment isn't ready to go, utilities operation is hampered. So that we maintain fire vehicles, emergency vehicles, trucks, pumps, all of that we maintain in this facility. All the city trucks here at City Hall receive maintenance, so the operations of building, permitting, all of that is impacted. But as to the work that we do at Public Works, Mayor, you mentioned the miles and miles of road that we maintain. Sometimes as simple as pothole repairs, clearing for line of sight, protective guardrails. All of that comes out of our yard, and they stage out of our yard. Equipment and the crews are out of our yards. The road pavement program, although that's contracted, but we manage those accounts. That's out of our operation. Every building, every structure in the city, every building, every structure, including many stormwater structures, the maintenance is the responsibility of Public Works. The work that's done in the swales is mostly Public Works. Most of the ditch work is Public Works. We also support the inmate crew, which is vital to the city. That's 3 crews from Tomoka Prison. 2 of them work our ditches. 1 of them work our landscaping. The miles of beautification landscape, our parks, every bit of event, every preparation, every field, every soccer, lacrosse, baseball field, athletic fields is our responsibility. Every neighborhood park we maintain. Our crews and our equipment are essential for that.
Well, I mean, a little history of the facility. 1985, it was constructed by the county. None of these structures that are currently on our Public Works facility are up to code. None of them are ADA compliant. Maybe the trailer that we rent for $10,000 a year to house our operations. you know, clearly it's an issue. They also, our employees get certified and trained for different use of equipment out there. We do not have a adequate facility for them to be educated, no showers, sorts of things that you would certainly come to expect to meet the needs of a growing community to close to 90,000 residents and the infrastructure that we are maintaining. So there's no question that something has to be done. I know that Councilmember Shipley was not at the workshop, but it was discussed at length, and certainly this council who was there had indicated that they understand that the facility needs to be looked at and addressed. I can't speak to why it's never been addressed before. You know, that's, can't go back and rewrite history or take down buildings, but we can actually address the issues that are in front of us today. And it's just a matter of finding a funding source to do that. And that is really the crux of this conversation today, is exploring different avenues of looking at different funding sources to have the least impact on our residents, frankly. And we look at that and take that very seriously. So this facility is very important to us, not only to the overall operation of our city, but it's unbelievably inefficient today. It's not an efficiently run part of our department, just due to the fact that it's sort of, you know, a mishmash of different types of buildings that are out there. Our employees are having to take care of very large ladder trucks out in the rain with no coverings up on jacks in the middle of a dirt pile. So there's some safety concerns that are significant that we really can't avoid. It's quite serious. So, you know, when we talk about these infrastructure projects, no, these are not parks that people can go out and enjoy, or our trails, but it's certainly something that's an integral part of our operations and our day-to-day needs that meets our city. So I'm looking forward to hearing from the council, you know, how they would like to look at addressing this. I know Councilmember Lyon had suggested not cobbling it together or piecemealing it last time, but we need to have an honest conversation, a direct conversation, and come up with a way to meet the needs. And the road improvement, the maintenance, the acceleration of maintaining our roads and resurfacing project is a different component that is part of this, that is another critical component. I mean, this is all about infrastructure. Infrastructure is a priority for this council. It's a priority for our residents. Swales need to be maintained and cleaned out for the betterment when we do have rain events, to not have water in your homes. So this is an important department. And I will say, I mean, we have very hardworking people in our public works department that are very dedicated and committed to keeping Palm Coast to the standard in which people moved here for. And we need to make sure we recognize their efforts and provide an adequate facility for their day-to-day operation as well.
Just to address what you said, some meetings I haven't been able to go to because of my health. As everybody here can, you can go online, you can listen to the meetings, and you can hear everything that's said at the meetings. I also toured the facility 2 years ago and thought at that time it was an emergency situation where it needed to be done. Since then, we have had many big projects that have been done. We've also had an election where we could have put on the ballot to see if people wanted to do a $21 million project. So, and also you didn't have to agree with me when I tabled it, but obviously we all felt that it needed to be tabled. So.
I wasn't saying anything, I was just making a point that you weren't part of the discussion.
I know what you're doing.
So there was nothing else I was talking about.
I know what you're doing.
We also compared all the other cities and counties, and they all levied the same utility tax, and some of them chose to enforce both of them. There wasn't a neighboring county to Palm Coast that didn't enforce the 10% maximum rate.
Well, I think that nobody on this council thinks that this can be, you know, is something that doesn't matter or needs to be put off. I think we were all in agreement that this facility is inadequate for a city of our size, and that it is, as Your Honor, Mayor just stated, that we have very hardworking employees here, and we owe it to them to provide them with a safer environment, a safer place to work. So that's something we all know we have to do. The question is, how are we going to pay for it? So I think they have another part of the presentation, unless there's more to go to that you think the council needs. I think we're all in agreement. This is a facility that's been there for 40 years and hasn't been upgraded appropriately and needs to be done. So how are we going to pay for it?
Go ahead.
So to continue on, I just wanted to cover some of the past and future actions. A master plan was completed back in fiscal year 16. The budget was approved for a master plan. The master plan was contracted in beginning or the end of 2016. City Council was presented with that master plan just over a year ago. The land swap was pursued after the result of the selected option, showing that land swap. That was completed this summer, I believe it's in August of this year. We're here today presenting the funding options for the design and construction, which will be coming up in the future slides. And to move the project forward, we were looking for approved new funding source, and then we would move to service contracts for design and construction management. And then we'd finalize the design, and the construction manager bids the project and establish a GMP, and then construct and occupy. So it has been a project that's been going on for a couple of years now. The needs were started to be identified, but it was really just a year ago when we really came up with the master plan. This past summer, when we presented our 10-year CIP, or 5-year CIP, as part of the budget process, there were 2 projects in here that were identified as a funding need. With our current revenues, we were not able to fit these into the 5-year program. One of them was the Public Works facility. We show this here as a need. The other project that's been discussed today is our pavement management program. It is currently fully funded in the upcoming, current budget right now, fiscal year 19. But in future years, we slowly need to add additional revenues to that program. The city went through a period of time for 10 years where we paved 50 miles of roads a year with a sales tax that was initiated specifically for that program. So that ended years ago, and now we're catching back up where those roads are going to need time to be readdressed. So based on that consultant we hired, coming up with a long-range program that had some science to it, we have a really detailed analysis of how to move forward most efficiently with our funding. So that ends the Public Works presentation on the programming. So if you have questions, I can answer those now before the presenters come up for the funding options.
Council, any questions or discussion?
I have one, I guess it's for you, Carl. On the breakdown of the costs for the Public Works facility, you've got about $3.9 million in there for site work. And I'm not trying to design the project here today by any means, but am I correct? Essentially, with the addition of the 6 acres that we have swapped for, roughly half the facility has no site work on it right now. There's a couple of acres on the south end of our existing facility that's used to store mulch and so forth, but there's no kind of site development work there, as I recall. It's just basically vacant land with some materials that are piled up and stored there. Is that? And there's nothing on the 6 acres that we've acquired. That's vacant land. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's all vacant land that we acquired. Correct.
Okay.
So the site development costs, basically the master plan has us redeveloping all the land, whether it's developed now or vacant land. It's going to be completely reconstructed as part of this master plan.
And then the master plan shows the equipment, the new equipment maintenance building, the high bays and the low bays, and the largest stormwater retention area will be on the new 6 acres. Well, I'll call it the new 6 acres. Is that
correct?
Accurate? Okay.
Well, and also 2 additional ponds on the existing.
Yeah. No, I mean, I know there. I'm just trying to get just so you know, I mean, the point of my question is, we have talked, I think, a little, and I think we need to talk more because it ties into funding with what phasing options we have for completing this facility. I mean, we have 8 acres that's basically undeveloped except for some fill and mulch piles.
And we did discuss phasing during our charrette, you know, because obviously this is a large, expensive project, costly, and phasing always comes up. You know, it's true. Phasing, you're going to pay more money in the long run because you're really building 2 or more projects. There is some coordination in terms of how do you make the drainage created on one part of the site. If you have to raise grades, how do you still make the old part of the site still drain? So it can be done. I'm not saying it can't be done. This can be phased. It was discussed as a potential, do you construct the southern end of the site with the new fleet facility and associated park, you know, stormwater and parking. It's going to be constructed in phases. Could it be built out in phases? Yes. It's not ideal. It's going to be more costly if you do it in phases, but it can be done.
Yeah. The cost of, I'm sorry.
No, I take your point, Carl, and I appreciate that. One of my concerns after last week's workshop was the options we were presented for essentially bonding the work to get it done in 2 or 3 years. And I guess one of the things that I want it done sooner rather than later. I mean, I think we owe that to the city and to the employees, but the costs of financing, even with the lowest cost option, was like an additional $12 million over and above the $21 million we would raise with financing. So, at least as one member of the council, I'd like to see as part of the funding options a comparison of extra costs, if we can project those for phasing this project, but without necessarily doing, I mean, I have a hard time believing, but again, you're the engineer, not me, that phasing the project would increase the overall cost by $12 to $18 million, which is the cost of the financing we were looking at last week.
It would be a timing thing, correct? We, you know, in discussing and looking at past years, inflation, construction cost increases. This past year, they've gone up over 5%. Costs are going up much faster than they have been. The average in, you know, years back was more around 3%. They're projecting next year being 5% as well. So, you know, it depends how far you carry out those numbers. You know, yeah, we can run that calculation and to see when that break-even point would be, you know, if you did put it off.
Yeah. And again, I'm not trying to redesign this or design it or tell you how to build it here today, but just looking at the master plan, which certainly looks like a good one to me, obviously we have to keep the Public Works facility, the Public Works Department operating during this process. There's no place we can move Nestor's operation on a temporary basis to clear the 10 acres we're using now. So one of the things I would like to see, not just, well, because it relates so much to the funding that we're going to need, is, you know, in what order does the consultant assume we're going to build this stuff, and if there are phasing options that would tie into the overall cost.
Yeah, the biggest need, you know, we did kind of review that also during that process, and the immediate biggest need was the fleet facility. And in terms of just of developing the site, starting on that southern end that's vacant, made the most sense to the entire team as far as moving up. Because currently, you know, the admin building is in here, and you know, it comes back here where the fleet is now. So, you know, I think the thought process during the charrette was, yeah, you know, you develop this end of the site, then you come up and you start removing that old fleet facility structure here. You know, there's some structures up in here, but the idea was to clear room so then you can construct this building and still leave those front buildings intact. Mm-hmm. And then when this is built, you know, then you delete these and, you know, you just work your way through the site. So there was some thought put into that, being how you transition and still keep operations going. You know, there'd be, you know, that was just a real rough general path, but, you know, it was a test done that, yeah, it can be accomplished and still function out of the space. They were very confident in that.
Well, and the other thing that struck me in going through the breakdown of the numbers is it looks, just with a rough addition, that half the cost of the project is the south 6 acres, the big equipment repair building a lot of the site work. I mean, not all the 3.9 million. I understand the rest of it has to be done too with utility lines, but between the cost of that building, the cost of the equipment, and a big chunk of the site work, the south 6 acres, or the south 6 to 8 acres is at least 50% or more of the cost of the project, unless I'm missing something.
That sounds about right, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Councilman Clufus, did you have anything?
I was just curious about the ballpark of the costs that phasing would increase to the project, but that was answered. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can just add, you know, if the site were developed, the phasing options would be a lot easier. And then secondly, fleet is the priority need. You know, the whole site's a need, but fleet's the largest need, and of course it's probably the most expensive part of the project. So there are some challenges just associated with the site and, you know, with the priority and need to phasing, but it's something, you know, we can consider and run numbers for construction cost escalation, which is significant right now, along with the additional cost for mobilization, remobilization, and things like that. I think we're ready to move the funding sources. Helena and Mark, if you'll come up.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. As Mr. Fagu mentioned, we explored the different funding options. We did focus on diversifying our revenues, and we explored non-ad valorem options. At the same time, looking at different funding sources that are used in neighboring communities around us so that they wouldn't be unique to the city of Palm Coast. Get it to move. There we go. Okay, so the two options that we presented at that workshop were the electric franchise fee and the public service electric tax. Differences between the two, mostly the franchise fee requires an agreement with FP&L and a life of the franchise fee is up to 30 years, where the public service tax does not expire. Both rates and use are determined by City Council, so in this case you could dedicate these funding sources to capital improvements within the city limits, and it would be able to be used for the Public Works facility and also the pavement program, because like Carl mentioned earlier, those were two unfunded priorities when we went through our CIP program. We weren't able to accommodate those with the current revenues. This is the public service tax and the FP&L fee that are in effect in our neighboring cities. As you can see, most of them have at least one, if not two. Some have all three. The anticipated revenue based on FP&L estimates, if City Council were to do a 10% electric service tax, we would be at $6.5 million. The cost per 1,000 kilowatts residential bill would be about $8.27. If City Council were to do a 7%, then we would be looking at $4.5 million annually, and the cost per resident at $567. If we did electric franchise fee at 6%, the estimated collections would be $4.3 million, and the cost per resident was $5.94. Now, this is what we presented at the workshop, and this slide here has updated options that were requested by City Council. We had not considered exemptions, and City Council's direction was to consider 500 kilowatt exemption, which is the max allowed for the public service tax. And in that case, if we were to do the 10% electric tax with the 500 kilowatts exemption, we would be looking at $4.9 million annual, and the increase to the average residential bill would be at $4.54. As you can see from the mix, that would be the one that would provide the least burden on a typical residential unit. We also looked at a mix between the franchise fee and the electric tax, if you were to do a mix of both. Of course, with the franchise fee, there is no option for exemption, so that wouldn't be on the table. And to bring in around the same amount of revenue, we would be looking at an increase of the residential bill of $5.47.
You said that an exemption wouldn't be on the table with the mix. Can you not have an exemption on the tax portion of the mix?
We could, if you so decided. It's not built into these numbers, but the franchise fee does not allow for an exemption. It is a flat fee on your entire bill.
Yeah, and as I said at the workshop, I am not a fan of the franchise fee. I don't like doing a 30-year contract and being beholden to an electric company that does not give us the ability to look at alternative options in the future. It locks us in. And I know it's beneficial to FP&L to enter into these agreements, but 30 years from now, we could be looking at a whole different set of options. And so I do not like putting the city in a position for 30 years to be restricted into a contractual relationship like that. It really does hinder our ability in the future. I've spoken to our city attorney even about just the language of the contract. And although, you know, it certainly gives us some options of doing solar on our public facilities, it does not allow us to look at creating different energy sources outside of that. It's pretty prescribed.
That's correct. And the current language that is contained in the draft franchise ordinance would place limitations on options that would otherwise be available to the city of Palm Coast in the future.
Yeah, it's a hedge on FPL's part, basically lock us in, and then this is definitely worth the money to them to be able to ensure that for the next 30 years our hands are tied with options.
Yeah. Same worth the money to them. What does FPL expend in getting that? Because it looks like this is just passed on to the consumers.
Yep, so that cost that they're incurring, the X dollars over 30 years, they're basically hedging themselves to say that money to us is worth the lock-in to keep Palm Coast limited with the options for different things of technology of tomorrow. So it's basically a $30 million insurance policy that something better is going to come along and we won't be able to leverage it. That's how I view it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, did you have another comment, Vince? You know, I think beyond that, as far as the franchise fee goes, my biggest, maybe not, it's the biggest concern, a major concern, is that, you know, that the criticism, especially of the franchise fee, is it's a regressive tax. It's a flat 6% on something that everybody in the city has to buy every month, whether they want it or not. If there's somebody out there who is in the city limits and is off the grid, well, good for them, but they may very well be violating some other code by doing that at this point in history. So it's, you know, imposing that on somebody, I think, is, in addition to the lack of, you know, or being tied into FP&L for 30 years. I'm pretty sure at the end of 30 years I won't care personally whether we're tied into FPL, but I hope many of the people here in the room will be. So as between the two, and I know we tabled the discussion of the tax, I think the tax gives us much more flexibility if we need it, particularly in the area of using the exemption to do whatever we can to raise only the amount of money our staff can demonstrate to us that we really need to get these goals accomplished, while still providing as much relief as the law allows to the homeowners, particularly the lower income homeowners, the senior citizens, the folks that are trying to make it on, you know, what is sometimes touted as a living wage here in Flagler County. So I guess that's my long-winded way of saying I'm not terribly interested in the franchise fee approach, regardless of whether other cities in the area use it at this point or not.
I just want to know is, do we receive any benefit from a franchise fee as opposed to an electric tax? I mean, it sounds like what I'm hearing, it's all cost to us because we're tied in for 30 years and FPL's not giving us anything out of it. Is that?
Correct.
But if you've already maxed out the other one, that's basically your only option. So.
Right. Well, some of those cities we looked at that were 10%, and a franchise fee, I can't imagine what their utility bills look like. Well, yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this particular item? We are now going to open it up to the public for public comment. Again, please state your name for the record, and after your name is stated, your 3 minutes will begin.
John Tipton, Palm Coast. I just want to first mention that I do agree with Council Member Shipley's decision to table the funding option. I do think that there further public discussion is needed, and I do also agree with the decision to table it until the after the upcoming election. I do have some concerns, though, that I want to mention as relates to this. And first and foremost, I'm concerned about how we got here in the first place. We spent some $23 million between this building, the community center in Holland Park, and the public works facility was still in need of repair then, and yet we still spent that money. That's a concern. Another concern is that I need an explanation as to why the cost estimate to renovate this facility went from $6 million 2 years ago to some $21.5 million now. So I'd like to have an explanation on that. And then thirdly, while the staff, the safety of the staff is important and it's a priority, and it should be, I'm just curious as to why we waited 20 years for them to, for us to address this and prioritize it when they've been working in some adverse conditions all along. So I am calling for a moratorium, actually, on all tax and fees until after the voices of the voters have been heard in the upcoming election, and also to allow the public to have further discussion. Thank you.
Any more comments? Next speaker.
Good morning, Vincent Liguri. You know, from a 10,000 radio show to millions in deficits, instead of addressing storm reserves and hurricane damage mitigation, we are discussing a regressive forever tax. It doesn't make sense. Who is responsible for the abysmal financial position relative to the public works facility and street paving? We didn't spend this $22 million for Holland Park, City Hall, a new community center, and parasols. You did. To the two attorneys on the council, if this was a court case, as officers of the court, could you in all honesty argue for approval based on the scant evidence provided to the judge? I believe you could not. And I urge you to vote no on this ludicrous proposal. Is this tax fair? No way. Who's going to pay it? I'm going to pay it. Businesses are going to pay it. Renters are going to pay it. What about vacant lots? Are we protecting somebody? Fire assessment fee. I presented it 2 months ago. Where'd it go? Into the ethos. Staff said that let's do what 80% of cities do. What for? Let's worry about the 20% and how they avoid installing that ludicrous tax. For Palm Coast residents, the sales we have saved $30 to $32 million based on the 2 failed attempts to put in this tax. That's money in Palm Coast residents' pockets, and that's something. If you install a tax of this nature, who's it going to hurt? It's going to hurt seniors and those on fixed incomes. In conclusion, if we the citizens have to tell you what to do with other financial options to avoid this tax and programs, truthfully, it's time for all of you to resign. We can survive and replace you with citizens who will listen to the will of the people, apply fiscal responsibility, and lead Palm Coast out of mediocrity and debt. Thank you.
Any more comments? Next speaker.
Good morning. Jack Howell, Palm Coast. The first thing that I'm concerned about is safety. Now, this facility, built by the county way back when, and then inherited by the city, probably a lot of that was done by the employees of the county at self-help. But now you got a situation, excuse me, that it's, as Bo has said, is unsafe in many areas there. So my concern is that people that work there, they come first. and to have allowed ourselves to spend money on revising the community center, the city hall, and other frivolous things, and excuse what's been going on there, just like with the infrastructure. You know, we talk about managed growth, and managed growth is great, but the infrastructure's got to be going together. But we've abandoned that. So where are we going with this funding? I believe that nothing should be done until the new council members, whoever they may be, are elected and in place. But what I'm really concerned about right now is how you guys have been able to slip and slide without infractions of laws with the safety codes out there. You know, it's convenient that you own code enforcement. But I also was a safety officer once upon a time for the city of Flagler Beach, and I know the state comes down and they inspected a lot of stuff. So I think that, you know, you're just slipping and sliding and somebody's going to get killed out there before it's all over. And you need to take the appropriate action now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
I'm Mike Cochiola, and you know, having run facilities management for a large federal activity, I'm now convinced that you need something. You need to do something, not only for the efficiency, but for the safety of those 160-something people who are going to work there. So, in my mind, though, I think you just need to slow down a little bit. There's some costs up there that really got to be broken down, and I think that our citizens need to truly understand what the real costs are, particularly the fact if you finance it, and you're going to have to, depending on how you finance, you could almost double the cost by the time we end up paying for it. And so we need to really understand that. I don't have any problem myself with the tax. You got to pay for it some way, so why not? But I guess I'm agreeing with Councilwoman Shipley and the previous speaker to just kind of slow it down, make sure we truly understand the cost, see if there's anything in there that we can possibly carve out a little bit, and maybe phase those other things in, and so that the early impact on taxes for our citizens is less. That's what I'm concerned about here. So thank you much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. Most of the times when you get into these things about the taxes and everything, it always seems like the only sacrifice are the residents. Where is the sacrifice of the city? Where do we see reductions in cost? Where do we see elimination of waste? If you could show these facts to the residents before you ask for an increase, it might reduce a lot of flack you will get. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Question.
Hello again. The requirement of a new facility is obvious to everybody. It comes down to financing. But first, I agree with most of the speakers say let's wait until after the election. Let the new council members come in, look into the numbers. They're hard to find. Online it's difficult to get these numbers and the way you look at them. First you got to find into the council, and then into that. And when you want to look into further details, you have to contact the city itself. All the information is not available online for this project. Cost-benefit analysis is definitely not needed on this because you definitely need a new facility. Showing that you do it in piecemeal may increase the cost, but you're going to do it piecemeal anyway. You can't put all 3 buildings up at the same time, with whatever buildings, because you don't have enough space. You're going to build a new facility first, then you're going to tear down the old one. So you're doing it piecemeal. Funding piecemeal, you should do an analysis if how much you're getting for your dollars. Doing it piecemeal, more analysis is needed. You're going to do a facility first, do it first. With all the other stuff, maybe change the plans, maybe put a few parking spaces in there, do this, do that, tweak it, and wait till after the election. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Tom Olson.
listener of Palm Coast, I jotted down a couple of notes as I was listening to people. I know this gets into contract mechanisms, but this $21.5 million, is that based on a fixed fee contract, or is this something that's going to escalate? I also don't believe that contingency is enough. That's way too low for a project of this size, especially looking ahead into however many years it's going to take to do this. I didn't see any mention of reuse of any of the existing facility. I'm assuming that you're talking about demoing everything. If you're talking about demoing everything, I didn't see any mention of any recovery of monies from recycling fees. There's probably a fair amount of copper in there and things like that. Also, any other materials that could be reused. If there's crushing of concrete that could be used in road beds or anything like that. I also didn't, when we're talking about funding mechanisms, I didn't hear any mention of using, reallocating existing fees from existing projects that you're looking at doing. Whiteview can recover over $1 million there for a project that really most people, I would agree that doesn't need to be done. The last thing I would like to suggest is that if this is a new facility, seriously ought to look at installing solar in this facility. It can be done for pennies on the dollar at this phase, as well as actually requiring that solar be installed on all city facilities. This can be done for virtually no cost, actually, through the use of power purchase agreements and other mechanisms. I've offered my assistance in the past. I have contacts throughout the United States who can do this kind of work with power purchase agreements. Thank you.
Thank you for comments. Next speaker.
Oops. Louis McCarthy. Look, whatever we do, we better hurry up and do it before OSHA comes down and says, wait a minute. Damn it, either close it or open it safely, because this is what's going to happen if the federal government comes in and looks at these facilities and everything, and I know what it looks like over there. It's not good, and it's not exactly the place that people can work in a safe manner. And I'll tell you right now, if the federal government decides on coming in and doing a close inspection, we might have a problem. And all the people worried about the money here and the money there, that'll be out the window. That's all.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Alan Peterson, former member of City Council, former County Commissioner. Since Palm Coast was been formed as a former banker in another life, I have always believed that the city has been fiscally illiterate. You've got numbers up here. There's no question we need the facility. But one of the major options that you have that the city has never considered is to finance a project over its useful life. There's no question that this is regressive, and it is on top of significant increases in water and in swale problems, as well as probably an increase in road maintenance, particularly on Belchair. If you finance this with an electric tax over the useful life, which is at least 10 years, at least that's what was stated this morning, you could, with a 10% electric tax, to take one of the numbers on the screen, you would pay for this over a 5-year period. Why are you putting the back-breaking increases in taxes on the current residents and letting future residents have the benefit at no cost? If you finance this over a 10-year period or longer, if the useful life is deemed to be longer, you would cut your expense on the bill in at least in half. And that's an option that I don't see presented anywhere ever to the city council, or that the city council members in the past, and as I said, I'm as guilty as anyone else, from pushing or proposing this idea to let the user pay. Yes, it costs a little more because you're financing it over a longer period of time, but the user who gets the benefit ought to pay for it, not the current citizens having to pay for benefits that they may never receive. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Jack Carroll, Palm Coast. You know, all this has been hashed several years ago. The whole thing. They showed it on the television. They told us all about what's happening. I mean, how bad it was, but nothing was done. Now, that was 7 years ago. Now, I don't know, how the prices range from then to now, but I'm sure now it's going to cost us more than if we did it the first time you brought it around. Now, these numbers, they look good. 10%, $594. I just paid my electric bill, $204. That comes out to what, $12? That's double what you got there. So what you're doing is it's not minimum, because there isn't a person in this room that doesn't get an electric bill at least $100, at least. So that numbers are wrong, completely wrong. So maybe you got to go over it and find out for sure how much these people are paying. You got your own bills. You're paying for your air conditioning. I don't think either one of you up there is less than $200. So that's my view, and I think your numbers are all wrong.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Celia Puglisi, Palm Coast. Okay, first of all, thank you, Councilman Shipley. You always being as much as receptive to us as always. So, sorry to lose you. Okay, now I've seen on those figures put before that our public works is stating there the items that are supposed to be done by for our utility, correct? They mentioned their pipes they maintain. Also, they mentioned number 4, which at this time doesn't come on my mind, which is storm treatment plants. Treatment plants are for our utility, correct? The pipes mentioned over there on that presentation, I see them, they are for our utility. Also, Mr. Abreu mentioned that they repair a lot of all of the utilities equipment, which, the way I understood, belongs to utility. Now, my question is this. Don't we have, since we acquired our utility, right, after we became a city, isn't the utility run as an independent enterprise still? If it's so, our utility is run as an independent enterprise, it should be those types of work that Mr. Abreu mentioned, and what it was right there on the chart, which is the treatment plants, the pipes, which I imagine is huge for our utility, should be within maintenance and housing of our enterprise utility, right? Not done by our public works. This is a question that I have. I'm wondering about that chart, and if I am wrong, I would like somebody to clarify that. If we're still running our utility company, which is very, very profitable, because it's like when we wanted to buy it, and I was all for it, fighting and buying it, it is like kind of pulling gold out of the ground. If it's run as an independent enterprise, separate from the rest of the accounts from the city, how come is our Public Works is has all those items that they mentioned there, including maintaining all the utility equipment. Is something wrong here? I have a question with that. That's all. Thank you if you can answer me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Morning, Council. Dennis McDonald. I wanted to first off say that this is proof positive that terminating Mr. Landon was a great idea. I've been sitting here listening to all this and all this expose that's been put forward, and I'm thinking to myself, where's Landon been all these years? You know, why wasn't this addressed before? Why didn't we address some of this before we got a new community building, which many people did not want, okay? And many of the other things that were done in this community. We've all been played. The taxpayers have been played, and if you listen to Celia when she spoke the first time, you're not listening to us is what the problem is. I'd just like to comment on this agenda, Bo. Okay, this was not a good move. Trying to cram this much information on the longest agenda that you've had this year, it looks like it was planned. Maybe it wasn't, but that's just how it looks like to me and to a lot of other people in this room. You need to start listening to us. And there's a lot of people in this community that can't afford what you're trying to essentially slam down our throats. And as far as the franchise fee is concerned, I'm familiar with franchises having to do with water companies and other places. When you create a franchise fee, you create a franchise area, and that gives them dominance in that particular area. And so you are, in fact, as was stated, you are, in fact, limited by what you can do when it comes to utilities. So I would ask that you be, you know, very careful on what you do and how you approach this, and approach it very slowly, and approach it with new members of this council. It would be greatly appreciated by the people of Palm Coast. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hello, Ron Wilson, Palm Coast, 18 years. One thing I haven't heard mentioned yet is voluntary taxes, tobacco, alcohol, littering. I mean, several of these things would benefit Palm Coast and benefit the people of Palm Coast. I mean, if there's less littering, if you look out your window at a stoplight, there's probably a pile of cigarette butts out beside your car. I know as a voluntary tax, it's to those people who actually choose to pay it. You don't want to buy a cigarette, then you don't have to pay the tax on it, etc. And also, FPL is doing this because they're making a profit. They're a for-profit company. So if FPL is doing this, they have a financial reason for doing it. And maybe we could find a way that gives that financial incentive back to us instead of to somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good morning, George Mayo, Palm Coast. One question is, it can go into detail, is do the new restrooms for this facility have showers? If they don't, they absolutely should. The employees need it. I think we should look at other methods of funding also, as was mentioned, whether it's a fire service tax or whatever, because the owners of these vacant land are not getting charged anything. They own land here in Palm Coast. I feel they should pay some share of the burden of this. I know it's going to cost me some money. I'm willing to pay it. But you could ask Mr. Abreu how much it costs the city in man hours and money to cut the lawns in front of all these vacant land. That is not something that is free. So these vacant landowners are getting services weekly, monthly, and if they're not going to have to pay for this, I don't feel that's fair. As far as funding goes, I don't know if it should be done in phases, if you're going to do different phase fundings, if you don't come up with the electric tax or franchise fee. The Fed has raised rates if we do some kind of bonding or borrowing. Several times in the past few months, they indicated they're going to raise the rates again once more before the end of the year, and then again in 2019. So if we needed this facility yesterday, if we're going to do something, we should think of, if we have to lock in some kind of rate like that, we should do it as soon as possible. I know we have to take our time to slow down and look at all the possibilities, but we can't wait too long because it will just increase our responsibility and our monies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. It's still morning, yeah. My name is Karen Watalis. I'm a fairly new resident to Palm Coast. And a lot of my questions have already been asked, but the other question I did have is how many more of these bombshells can we expect? How much more tax is going to go up because of the next surprise that wasn't dealt with? That was it.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Bobby Ray, Palm Coast. I just have a question. In the budget, is there any reserves that's ever been put aside for this type thing, for the facility at the Public Works? Thank you.
Okay, we'll close public comment. I certainly appreciate each and every one of the speakers. They brought up some great comments that I know each and every one of us are going to take back and consider, certainly. I will try to answer a few or turn to Bo for a few. Some were just comments about, you know, making sure we're tabling till after the election. Others had to do with finding different ways to pay for it. Others had to do with phasing out. Other had to do with voluntary taxes, which I'm not sure we've ever looked at, or certainly the fire tax, as well as do we have reserves set aside for this public works facility. So if you can take those, I know the gentleman mentioned about solar. We talked about actually constructing a very efficient facility as well. So that was something that we had suggested to take into account as we move forward.
Sure. I'll try to address as many as my notes can allow me to. So first, there was a figure that's been thrown around the media about a $6 million facility. The Public Works Facilities Master Plan was the first cost estimate completed for this project. There may have been in previous 10-year long-term CIPs a placeholder, and that may be where that number came from. Secondly, when we talk about capital projects and funding sources, there are restricted funding sources that go into each of those capital projects. For example, this facility, City Hall, was partially paid for through building permit fees. Those permit fees could not have been used for this facility. For the community center, park impact fees offset some of the expansion of that project. Park impact fees cannot be used for a public works facility. So you're really looking at unrestricted revenues is what would have to fund the public works facility. And so that funding stream is limited. In the state of Florida, we're limited in the different funding sources that are allowed by legislative approval. Helena, if you can come up with what the unrestricted revenue that goes in the CIP, what is about $3 million?
Yes, it's about, we have projected $3.4 million for 2019.
Right, so every year around $3.4 million goes into our CIP program to pay for projects and programs. You know, in the streets improvement fund, I've heard different projects, you know, Whiteview or other street improvements. Some of those funding sources are restricted as well to transportation projects. And so there is limitations in government financial accounting on what we can use different revenue sources for and what's available for us. So it's not as simple as don't do this project and then you have you know, $3 million to put towards public works. You have to look at each project individually and the funding sources that make up that project, both past and future. So this project is difficult, as I started in my opening comments, because you know, we can't use park impact fees. We can't use transportation impact fees. Helena, what is our reserve balance currently in general fund?
We were at 17% because there was a reduction in our general fund reserves due to the 2 hurricanes that we experienced in the past 2 years. So even though we are expecting reimbursement from FEMA, it is not 100%. FEMA at a max is 85%. So the balance was subsidized by our general fund.
Right, and so those general fund reserves, it would not be fiscally responsible to use that towards a capital project to this magnitude. It's there for unfortunate events where we have 2 hurricanes in a year to make up the emergency reserve. So it's complicated. We can look at different funding sources. I will tell you our options are limited for a project of this size and magnitude, and also the restrictions placed on those funding sources. While we didn't get to it in this presentation, we did cover in workshop the possibility of financing this project, and you had some discussion of that today. So obviously, a project of this magnitude makes sense to finance over time. I know that was some of the speakers' comments. As far as phasing the project, there is a difference between phasing the project through a normal construction process where the construction crews are on site. So they've mobilized all that expense of being there versus starting the project, waiting some years before you complete the next phase of the project. There's a difference in that project. This project was always thought to be phased in the sense of that, of course, we have to keep operations going at the site. So there's a little difference there. I think that covers most of the comments that were probably in my area.
The utility is an enterprise fund,
sure.
And so, I mean, we're talking about those pipes and everything. The stormwater comes out of those particular fees. This is for maintenance for actually staff to work under the conditions of public works.
Right. Sure. So both utility and stormwater are enterprise funds. They pay for their fair share of costs, just like City Hall employees pay for their share of costs of fleet maintenance, the different parts that can be allocated to that business unit. For the capital project, that probably wouldn't be appropriate. It wouldn't probably be allowed by our utility funds, but something we can look at. And that's why I said this project is not an easy one to fund because of all the different restrictions on funds. And so really you're looking at general unrestricted funds to fund this project. And so as Helena said, it's about $3.5 million that goes into our CIP year after year, and those projects for the next 5 years are basically spoken for or have plans for. Now, future council, this council can reshuffle those, but at $3.5 million per year with cost escalation, this project would not be completed until 8 to 10 years from now, based on that funding source. So. Once again, not an easy discussion or challenge that you're facing, but wanted to just clear up those few items.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and certainly this is not an easy position to be in. So since agenda item number 11 was tabled, I would like to hear a motion on agenda item number 10.
I'd move we table agenda item 10.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Okay, agenda item number 12 is an ordinance.
Mayor, Council, this is an ordinance of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, amending the city's Unified Land Development Code, repealing and replacing Chapter 9, Engineering, Design, and Utilities to clarify intent and to reflect current development trends, providing for severability, codification, conflicts, and providing effective date.
Mayor, can we go ahead and read the next item as well? They'll be covered as one item.
Yes.
The title of the next ordinance is an ordinance of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, amending the city's Code of Ordinances, Chapter 24, Environment, Article 2, Pollution Control, Division 2, Erosion Control, and Articles Roman numeral 6, Prohibition of Discharges, to align with amendments to Chapter 9 of the ULDC, providing for severability, codification, conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, Council, these two ordinances are related to our MPDS permit, which is for our stormwater system. And so basically, these changes to our codes incorporate both state and federal laws into our code. That's part of our requirement for our permit, and ensures that our stormwater system is fully compliant, and that we enforce locally here those state and national rules that govern our stormwater system. With that, staff, Mike Peel, our city stormwater engineer, will take the lead on this presentation.
Thank you.
Staff is proposing some revisions to the engineering and design and utilities land development code. The purpose and intent of these revisions is to bring the land development code stormwater and engineering sections up to current standards, and also to meet requirements of the city's stormwater permit. It's also to help ensure that the city's mission, rules, and criteria as it relates to stormwater are consistent with those of the St. Johns River Water Management District and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Most of these revisions are associated with the city's what's called the MS4 program. The City of Palm Coast is considered a Phase 2 municipal separate storm sewer, that's the MS4 acronym, operator. As such, we're regulated under the Federal Clean Water Act stormwater permitting requirements, and we're required to obtain coverage under the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES permit. Part of that requires that the city develop a stormwater master or management program. The city was issued its first NPDES MS4 permit in 2014. This is a 5-year permitting program. It's renewed every 5 years. We're currently in the 5th year of our first permit. Some of the key elements that are associated with this MS4 program: public education and outreach, public participation and involvement. The city issues stormwater and MS4 informational inserts with utility bills. We provide information on the city's website to help achieve this. Distribution of educational materials and storm drainage and water quality information at public events and Citizens Academy. We're also required to conduct good housekeeping pollution prevention measures. We conduct monthly inspections at 13 citywide facilities. The key elements that are primarily related to the revisions that we're asking for in the Land Development Code are associated with illicit discharge detection and elimination control measures and construction site stormwater runoff control measures. Our permit requires that we develop storm system mapping. We develop and implement a plan to detect and eliminate non-stormwater discharges, develop an ordinance to regulate non-stormwater discharges, develop a regulatory mechanism to require erosion control measures and best management practices, implement requirements to control construction site waste, procedures for site plan review that consider potential water quality impacts, and implement site inspection and enforcement of these control measures. A brief summary of the revisions: they primarily address stormwater management plan requirements, erosion control and stormwater pollution prevention plans, illicit discharges to the stormwater system, access and maintenance easements, NPDES specific permitting requirements, construction site waste management and disposal, and there's also added language to help clarify construction site inspection requirements. We began with this process in early 2017. We started by reviewing the existing ordinances, reviewing and researching the permitting requirements, looking at what they do in other communities, and developing these revisions. It then went through a staff review. We then went through a review with the St. Johns River Water Management District. That was followed by another review with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. We then went through another city staff review, and then we sought stakeholder input from the community through FCARD. We met with them on 2 occasions in July. We presented it to the Planning Board workshop in August, and then again again at the business meeting in September. The planning board found that the proposed changes, excuse me, the proposed changes to Chapter 9 were consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the planning board recommended unanimously that the city council approve the modifications to Chapter 9.
Council, any questions or comments?
No.
Any member of the public wish to make public comment on agenda item number 12, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and I'll take it back to this council.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. I know we heard, assuming presentation number 13, I still want to open up to the public for any public comment on agenda item number 13. Please do so at this time. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. I'll take it back to this council.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Agenda item number 14 is an ordinance.
Mayor, Council, this is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, order providing for the Second Amendment to the Master Plan Development Agreement, or MPD, for the Palm Coast Park Master Plan Development, allowing multi-family uses on Tract A and Tract 13A and additional commercial uses on Tract 22, providing for legislative findings and intent for severability, for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Council, this is a quasi-judicial matter, so if there have been any ex-parte communications since the first reading of this, then those should be disclosed at this time.
Council?
None.
Nothing.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, this presentation will cover both item number 14 and 15. It's a joint presentation of both the items, and they're interrelated. So with that, Jose Papa and Bill Hoover will give the details.
Good morning, Mayor and members of City Council. Jose Papa for the Community Development Department. The next two items are related to the Palm Coast Park Development of Regional Impact. They cover amendments to the development order for the DRI and the development agreement for the master plan development. Just to give you some background, the Palm Coast Park DRI is an approximately 4,600 acre project located along both sides of US 1, north of Palm Coast Parkway and typically south of Old Kings Road. And again, this application covers two things: an amendment to the DRI and an amendment to the MPD. Just going back over the history of the Palm Coast Park DRI development order. Originally approved in 2004, the original entitlements included 3,600 dwelling units and 3.2 million square feet of non-residential development. Over the years, there have been a number of development order amendments, namely clarifying permitted uses, updating acreages within the development. There was a conversion, as allowed by the development order, from commercial retail, 43,200 square feet, to 3,600 dwelling, to 360 dwelling units. Additional amendments have included changing uses on lands within that DRI from business institutional to residential, and updating the DRI DO to identify more appropriate locations for borrow and soil extraction activities. So currently, the entitlements within the DRI are that of still about 3.1 million square feet of non-residential and 3,960 dwelling units. Just going over the comprehensive plan designation for the DRI, it is a DRI mixed use, and the zoning designations, it's all covered within a master plan development for this DRI. So what is the request before you today in terms of amending the DRI development order? One, it's the conversion, as allowed by the development order, from 139,000 square feet of retail to 1,000 residential units. There are going to be conditions within the amended DO to accommodate the change to residential from non-residential. One of those conditions would include the land swap to accommodate a larger park site within the DRI and to permit mixed uses within tracks A and 13A, which are both located along US 1. So going over again, just to highlight that, those changes to tracks A and 13A is to allow mixed use. So you would still have non-residential uses permitted within tracks A and 13A, but on top of that, we would also permit residential. Again, one of the conditions that we have as part of the new development order is the land swap. Currently, Tract A, which is located along US 1, has about 35 acres of upland. The alternate site that's been that's presented as part of this development order is for the site is larger than 68 acres, but it does include 68 acres of uplands. Within that land, the 17 acres are required to accommodate the 1,000 additional unit, or the 1,000 units that are being converted from non-residential. And so with that contribution of 17 acres, there's still about 16 acres which are over and above the mitigating amount that's required for the impacts by this development order. And so with those 16 acres, which are over an amount, there is the proposal to provide impact fee credits, which would be as required. Thank you. So again, just to summarize the proposed amendment to the development order, the 1,000 residential units, bringing the total to 4,960 for this entire development. And again, then on top, that's as a result of the reduction of 139,000 square feet of approved retail uses, and that's adequate to address the traffic impacts. The land swap, again, to provide additional acreage for a sports complex with impact fee credits for the acreage above the required contribution. And the third thing, and the last thing within the development order is to provide a condition that is consistent with the school interlocal agreement that we have, that student impacts will be addressed at the time of site plan or plat approval, as required by the interlocal agreement with the school district.
Jose, if I could just add, I've gotten questions about, well, the reduction in non-residential square footage, is that enough? It still would be at approximately 3 million square feet of non-residential, and most people like myself are spatially challenged. The target center is about 330,000 square feet, so you're talking about still the room for 10 target centers in this DRI, so there's still significant non-residential square footage for commercial, retail, business development opportunities. And then the other part is, in our park inventory sites, we don't have another site capable of handling a large sports complex. So with this change, it provides that ability in the future should the city need to expand its sports fields. Sorry for interrupting, Jose. Thank you.
Problem. Thank you. So, as with any application we have, we reviewed it for consistency with a comprehensive plan. And based on our review of the comprehensive plan, we find this development order amendment to be consistent with the following policies in the comprehensive plan. And that it is a location where you have available infrastructure. It does promote land use patterns that do not increase the providing utilities. This project continues to be a mixed-use development. The additional units will provide the opportunity to diversify housing opportunities. And again, this mixed-use development is located along a major arterial, US 1. Looking at the land development code, again, similar findings in that you have water and wastewater lines available adjacent to this site. Again, it diversifies the housing stock in the city. The proposed change provides opportunities for additional residential use within a mixed-use development where you have also proposed service and retail uses. And the potential uses on the site, they are compatible with the surrounding uses. They would still be subject to further review at the time of site plan or platting. And again, the development order includes conditions that would address the impacts of the conversion from non-residential to residential uses. The planning board held held a public hearing on this item and reviewed and recommended by approval of 6-0 vote that City Council approve this amendment. And so here at this time, planning staff and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board are recommending that the City Council approve the amendment to the Palm Coast Park DRI. We'll move on to the MPD amendment.
Can I ask a question about that? There,
yes,
the swap for the parkland.
Yes, sir.
Is there a plan in place to make that accessible to US 1? I noticed the existing land is on one and the other's not.
Yes, sir. The details of the condition for that swap includes that we would access the adjacent parcels owned by the landowner to eventually pop out to US 1. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Bill Hoover from the Planning Division. In essence, the MPD goes along with the DRI, and on tracks A and 13A on the east side of US 1, they're proposing to add multifamily. And on track 22 on North Beltoir Parkway across from the fire station, they're requesting to change the commercial aspect of that from neighborhood commercial to general commercial. Additionally, they want to clean up tables 4.1 and 4.2 to recognize previously approved entitlements that were sold off to sub-developers. Additionally, they want to update the MPD uses map, which is shown on this page right here. There's 5 total changes they want to do. You can see the track 6A, 7A, and track D of track 20 are inside the blue circles, and those would go from residential medium to residential low, which would basically mean more like single family. Additionally, inside the purple circle, that's lot 9 of tract 18. It would go to industrial, and then tract A would go from public to flex uses, which is inside the red circle. Staff's required to do their planning analysis based on Chapter 2 of the Land Development Code, and in our review we found it consistent with both the Palm Coast Park DRI development order and the comprehensive plan. We found that facilities are available to serve the site, including water, sewer, roads, etc. The proposed land uses are already permitted within the DRI and MPD and are basically just being relocated. The development will be required to comply with other land development code requirements as it gets platted and as it gets site plans come in and building permits, etc. There will be no additional environmental impact on environmental resources, since the developable area will not increase and will not reduce the areas designated for conservation. The requested changes are generally consistent with surrounding areas, with staff recommended limits on track 22, which involve the request for commercial changes. So on track 22, which is across from the fire station, staff, this would go from neighborhood commercial to general commercial, which is found a lot like along Palm Coast Parkway. So the uses that we did not feel belonged in this neighborhood included drinking establishments, home improvement centers, hotels and motels, large-scale retailers, used merchandise stores, and even motorcycle dealers. So actually we're showing, you could see on their proposed convenience store site, and those are allowed in neighborhood commercial, and you're capped at 8 vehicle fueling positions. And in the COM2, you're allowed to go up to 24. So that's the primary reason that they're asking for this to go from COM1 to COM2, and we've already received a technical site plan and a subdivision master plan for this convenience store there, and it would be there's a contracted developer of this that built the one at Winfield and Pine Lakes Parkway. So he wants to do the same thing right up here in this neighborhood. And in Pine Lakes, it was zone COM 2, so he put in 12 gas pumps and an accessory restaurant with a drive-through facility. So what we've negotiated with the applicant, which is the master developer, is that we would support a convenience store with 12 vehicle fueling positions and an accessory restaurant up to 1,500 square feet in size and one drive-through lane for that. The Palm Coast Park MPD amendment was reviewed and recommended for approval with staff's suggested limitation for track 22 by a 6-0 vote on October 3rd. And the planning staff and the planning board recommend approval to City Council of this amendment to the Palm Coast Park MPD Development Agreement, application number 3701, with the limitations of commercial on track 22.
And just to wrap up this presentation, the next steps here is that the DRI development order only requires one public hearing before City Council, and so we're here for that today. The MPD amendment, which is an ordinance, requires 2 readings. So this is the first reading, and the second reading would occur on November 6th. And as stated previously, in addition to the approval of these development order and development agreement, to move forward to go vertical within Palm Coast Park DRI and with any other DRI, there's still the need for additional approvals, master subdivision plan, plat or site plan approvals. Top of that, you're going to need to go through the site development permit process and eventually building permits. Staff's available to answer any questions.
And the applicant is here also.
The applicant is here to answer questions too.
Vice Mayor Cuff.
Yeah, one question I think I know the answer to, but I want to hear it from staff. Page 130 of our agenda is, I believe, a sketch of what's depicted as parcel 11B on the Exhibit C, the MPD uses. It's a little triangle of land that was created by the relocation of Belterre Parkway a number of years ago. And I understand that's part of the Palm Coast Park DRI, but even though it's specifically shown in the sketch in legal, nothing that's happening with this amendment affects the uses or plans for parcel 11B. Is that correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I kept looking feverishly through all of the amendments, trying to figure out why the sketch and legal for that parcel was attached to this, but other than that it's part of the DRI property, I couldn't find any. And I assume that the developer is agreeable to the limitations on the parcel 22 action that we're being asked to take. In other words, we're not going to change it to COM 2, we're going to make it COM 1 plus. Is that an inaccurate statement?
He hasn't formally made an amendment to the application, but he did not object at the planning board.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I just have a question about the same 22, just because it's across the street from a fire station. Does the fire department have any input into that, if it would have any effect, adverse or otherwise, on their facility?
No, they haven't commented on this. I know back, I think it was probably a year ago, when the city still had a traffic engineer, the traffic engineer did talk to the fire department up there about, and they requested that the convenience store be relocated further north so that it would use the access into that the future park site that goes around, wraps around the fire department. So that would be the access point that the commercial project would be their main entrance. So it's a full intersection opening there.
When we go through that site plan process, or the plotting process, we absolutely will have technical folks to make sure there are no conflicts with the proposed site plan stage. They're always involved with that, and we have on our building side, one of our folks in building who are always at our technical review team meetings with the applicant, and is specialized in fire protection. We'll make sure that's addressed. For sure.
Council, any other questions or comments? Developer have a presentation to make or any comments?
Morning, Council. Michael Schiavento for the applicant. We have nothing further to add. We've been at this for about 8 months with staff, trading in the parks, and we do consent to the proposed change to the COM1. We're here to answer any specific questions you may have, but I don't think there's really much more to say than what staff's already provided you.
Thank you. We'll now open up to the public. Any member of the public wish to make public comment on agenda item number 14, please do so at this time.
Good morning, Alan Peterson again. I attended the planning board session on this particular, the two proposals, and I'm all in favor, and I think it makes a lot of sense with the land swap, not the land swap, but the changes of utilization in the various parcels in Palm Coast Park. But I seriously question the increase in the number of residential units. As you've heard, every time this has been amended, more residential units have been added to the original DRI analysis. And the non-residential commercial keeps being reduced. And if you're going to add 1,000 more residential units at 2.4 people per house is the number I remember is what the average house has in Palm Coast, you're talking 12,000 people. Now, as you reduce the non-commercial or the retail provision in this DRI, you, by definition, are increasing the need of these people to perhaps go outside the DRI area to shop. Now, maybe there'll be, in the future, maybe there'll be some shopping along the Matanzas interchange, which would help some. But where are 12,000 people? And we all know that houses get built before the businesses are willing to come in and construct enter in their operations. And yes, if you've still got 3 million square feet of space for commercial use, it may be 10 times what the Target Center has. But that comes after. So you're getting 12,000 people that are going to impact probably Palm Coast Parkway, which is already heavily utilized, in order to shop for food and many of their other items that people purchase on a daily basis. So before you approve this amendment, I would like to see that City Council require the master developer to do a new traffic analysis plan so that you'll get an idea as to what the impact might be on this particular major change in the development order. I mean, the DRI was approved under certain assumptions in 2003. It's now 15 years later. Things have changed. The city is different than it was 15 years ago. And so I would like to see you require that traffic analysis before you approve the amendment to add more residential housing.
Your comments. Next speaker.
Mr. Neilbach again, our section. Nothing was mentioned what these large amount of units, if everybody that has a unit has 1 or 2 children, this will affect your school system. And I've heard nothing spoken about it. What kind of effect, or are we ready for to expand Matanzas High School? We're going to put 1,000 kids in high school, 500 more kids. What are we going to do? And until this is answered by the developer and the council, should stop, wait. It's been waiting a while, but that's an impact that's going to cause taxpayers possibly more taxes in school taxes. So this I'm not sure we're ready for adding all these to the school system.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Jack Cow, Palm Coast. You know, I keep hearing and I keep reading save water, you know, and stop the drips and all that because we're running short of water. Now, 12,000 people is going to use, I don't know how many they use, maybe 100 gallons a day. Where are we going to get all this water? You know, this is only one unit that they're putting up. How about the units that are going to go along Old Kings Road and all these other units that you approved? You got over 100,000 people moving into this community, and where are they going to get the water? We got water now. What's going to be 5 years from now or 10 years from now? Oh, 'cause I ain't gonna be here, so I really don't worry. But I worry about the young kids that are coming in, and the people and the babies that are born. You know, the council, the city commission, the Fayette County Commission, right, they had a problem with their water. You know, I forgot what unit it was out there. They couldn't drink their water. They had to buy water, and this could happen here. You know, you go down so many feet, and then the water stops, and then you start getting the silt and all the other crap that comes up. So I would think about I know it's a good. You say it's a good city to live in, but like I said before, why are people moving out?
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. As you build units, usually most units are going to probably get about two automobiles per unit. You got two adults in a unit, and most of them have their own car. That's a lot of traffic to be added. And as just normal characters of people, if I start going in a place that's really congested, I might start looking for other ways to get there other than the congestion areas. And usually that ends up being residential neighborhoods. So what is the city going to do to discourage the traffic from going into residential neighborhoods? A good question I'd like to have answered anyway. Thank you.
Your comments. Next speaker. See, no one will close public comment. Either staff or the developer, if you can please respond to the public speakers.
We'll talk about traffic first? Okay. Obviously, traffic analysis is one of the things that staff and the Land Development Code requires when we do this. And in your agenda package, there is a traffic analysis provided by Lasser Transportation Group. It's towards the end of this matter. It was dated September 12th, 2018. And if you think back to what a DRI is, it's a holistic community where we have integrated uses of residential, different types of residential, commercial, office, retail, parks. And this project went through about 3 years of planning, and part of the development order allows for this conversion. And so what the traffic study shows you is that with a reduction of approximately 145,000 square feet of retail, that generates the same amount of traffic as the residential. So the offset, the reason those numbers were chosen is to offset traffic generation. So by adding 1,000 units, we reduce traffic generated by the 1.3 million square feet of retail.
139,000.
139,000, thank you. Use the right number. So that takes into account the traffic. Now, the comments are about timing, and that's true. That's something that every community deals with. But again, if you notice the map where all the retail is centered, it is centered right in the middle of all the residential. So the project was always designed that the residential will use the retail and the office and the commercial and the park. And what that does is it was always designed by the state and the DOT, traffic engineers in the city, to minimize trip lengths or trips to go onto Palm Coast Park. So again, it goes back to the original intent, is to create a very large community in the north end of Palm Coast. Schools were addressed. Part of the process that the city makes all developers go through is a school analysis of some type. And in fact, in 2004, the city and the school district entered into an interlocal agreement that more formalizes that to address concurrency. So the school district, in your agenda package on September 28th, provided a letter, and these units will come on board over the next 20 years. Some of you who may have been on the council might have remembered when Hammock Dunes finally finished out, and that was approximately 27 years after its original entitlement. So these 1,000 units create roughly, is it 115, I'm sorry, or is it 154 students?
I believe it's 145.
145, yeah, it was close. 145 students, and that's what the school district anticipates. Now, throughout Flagler County, the school district has capacity in all of its schools. What the school district noted to us was that presently, the schools on Belterre have a capacity issue, but over the course of time, school zones change, they do additions, there is a possibility of portables. So there is concurrency within the school district, but they do recommend that by the time we come to the end of this project that there may be an issue with how we place students in that school up there. So that deals with schools. In addition to the school concurrency issue, the DRI originally required that at the north end of Matanzas, that the developer convey a 25-acre parcel to the school for a school site. In the last 4 months, we have been working with the school district, and although it is not finalized as of right now, we believe that we are going to give them a 30-acre school site for a K-8 facility. One of the things that we're dealing with is where it may be located, co-locate with park facilities in the area, so that per your interlocal agreement, schools and the cities jointly use facilities and fields. But that's presently where we're at to deal with some of these additional impacts. So other than that, I don't know if there were any other issues.
Water?
I'll address the water issue, Mayor. As you remember, I think it was April of this year, we updated our long-range water supply plan. And that is the plan that goes into our comprehensive plan. It is a statement to the St. Johns River Water Management District, acknowledging that over the next, I believe it's 20 years, there's a certain amount of population growth that is to come to Palm Coast. And by updating that plan, we are to provide a plan to the Water Management District on how we are to address additional water supply to serve our future population. And so with that amendment, I believe we showed to the Water Management District where those additional water supply will come from, mainly through the surficial aquifer, but also through a number of other sources that are currently would come into more play as the future goes. But we have a statement, not just in our comprehensive plan and to the Water Management District, we have that long-range water supply plan that addresses the demand for water supply for the next 20 years. And every couple of years, we go through the help.
The update.
The update. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor, are there any other questions on this topic? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I believe I have to vote in conflict.
You have to abstain.
I believe I have to abstain.
She says.
Yeah, I should abstain with a vote for a voting conflict.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is lunch here?
We do have lunch on the way. It's ETA is about 12:30, so it's up to council.
May I excuse myself?
Sorry.
I made a 12:15 appointment that I thought I for sure was going to be out of here by. Is that?
Mayor, we do still have agenda item number 15, which was a joint presentation. If I could suggest we could go ahead and finish this joint presentation, maybe take action on that resolution.
Yeah, I need to.
It takes brain.
We just need the motion on that. That was the presentation, right?
So that was item number 14. There was 2 items related to this request. You just, I think, dispense with the ordinance. Next is the resolution. There.
Okay. Agenda item number 15 is a resolution approving an amendment to the Palm Coast Park Development of Regional Impact Development Order.
There's, the presentation stands as presented. Nothing further, Mayor.
Okay. Council, any discussion on this item? Well, then open up to the public. Any member of the public wish to make public comment on agenda item number 15, please do so at this time. Seeing none, close public comment. Take it back to this council. Entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously.
And again, that would be Councilmember Lyons.
My abstention for voting conflict, yes.
Okay. So you're saying, I mean,
Virginia, what's the status of?
That's a 3-0 vote.
No, on
oh,
lunch.
Pizza? I don't have that yet.
okay.
It's a 5-0 vote for pizza.
Yeah.
Not here yet.
All right, well, I need to take a break. So we don't know when it's supposed to be coming?
12:30.
Coming at 12:30? See, I don't know how we make sense of this. I mean, why take a break at 12:30? We'll be almost done.
We do the next 2 in 20 minutes, then it's a consent agenda.
I just...
Take a break till 1 o'clock.
Or 12:45.
Yeah.
If you like. Or push on.
Yeah, well, take a break for 12:45. I have to return a phone call as well, so I've got to push back my meeting. Okay, thank you.
We're recessed till 12:45.
call this meeting back to order. Agenda item number 16 is a resolution approving an amendment to the Town Center of Palm Coast Development of Regional Impact Development Order DRI-DO to update Section 12, Transportation Conditions.
Mayor, Council, this is simply an update to the Town Center DRI Development Order to really reflect a couple things. One, the amount of infrastructure that's already been installed by the developer, and two, their participation in the Old Kings Road Special Assessment District. It provides both city staff and the developer flexibility in the future in order to address transportation impacts that occur. With that, Jose has one slide, just quickly go over the details of this minor change.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. Just to summarize what this development order amendment is about for Town Center, again, as Mr. Falgu has already mentioned, it is there just in some ways as a housekeeping item. It is there to identify the contributions that Town Center has made to our transportation infrastructure, including recognizing that they are part of this Old Kings Road Special Assessment District and that they have certain requirements to be part of that special assessment district. The amendment to the DO also allows staff and the developer additional flexibility in being able to identify which projects to implement with impact fees from Town Center. And that provides us with that opportunity to be more timely with identifying projects, transportation projects for improvements as part of our regional roadway network. This in no way impacts their entitlements. It remains the same. This is strictly an update to the transportation conditions, and again, just allows staff and the developer flexibility in identifying projects to be implemented. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. And I'm sorry, applicant's agent is here to answer any questions.
Mr. Schimento, do you have anything to say? No, sir. Wrong answer. I know. Okay, council, any questions or discussion on this item? Open up to public comment. Any member of the public wish to make public comment on agenda item number 16, please do so at this time. Seeing no one, I'll close public comment. Take it back to this council. Entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are you abstaining?
Abstain for
okay.
conflict.
Virginia, you have that? Yes. Okay. All right. Agenda item number 17 is a resolution approving an amendment to the fiscal year 2018-19 budget and approving the 5-year CIP for the Stormwater Fund.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The prior budget did not include the updated stormwater fee to move the enhanced stormwater program forward. Since the budget was approved, City Council acted on that enhanced stormwater program, and so this is a housekeeping item simply to amend the budget to include the additional revenue and, of course, the numerous projects that will be part of that program. With that, Carl and Mike Peel will give some of the details on the program and the amendment to the budget.
Thank you.
Okay, just wanted to go through some past action regarding the Stormwater Fund. The 5-year CIP was approved. Then we have some budget amendments, and we also have a work order for DRP for some stormwater analysis also on the agenda, in the consent agenda for today. In the past, back in August, there was a presentation of 2 enhanced stormwater improvement plans and the stormwater rate increase analysis for each of those plans. In early September, there's a presentation of a phased-in enhanced stormwater plan and rate analysis that went along with that. On that 11th as well, City Council select the phased-in enhanced stormwater improvement plan as the recommended approach to move forward. And on the 18th, the rate increase resolution was adopted by Council. This is an infographic that kind of shows the change in the stormwater enhancement plan, improvements over the years. at the bottom of the chart in the gradient area is the current program, and above that line is the 5-year improvements for various components of the stormwater system. So you can see we are drastically increasing moving forward with those improvements.
Let me ask you this. I mean, this is, again, this is something we had discussed and we move forward with, and I think it's going to make a huge difference and be transformative in our infrastructure projects. Are we going to get a timeline on, or coming back to this council of what time, when the projects are going to get started? What is going to be the approach? Is it dredging the canals and that taking place first? When are swales going to be starting to be cleaned out?
We are currently working on a program plan in phasing in these additional improvements. We have started already. Mike Peel can speak to some of those things that we're already in the works.
We are working on that. We've been having conversations with Public Works and our stormwater department about how we can step up the swale maintenance and how we can show a greater presence, about some projects that we can try to get underway quickly, and move forward with pipe replacements and some of the ditch cleaning that needs to be done. One of the work orders that you're seeing here for a consultant is to do a lot of the citywide master planning and look at the canals in more detail to see what's going on with the canals and the weirs, what our storm water elevations are, determine base flood elevations where we don't have base flood elevations now, and to help develop potential projects for increasing the capacity and the storage. We're also looking at, we'll probably be coming back later with a request to approve moving forward hiring a contractor to do the first pass with the ditches, to do spraying and start working on cleaning up the ditches while we're working toward gearing up with Public Works. So we do have several other things that we plan to come.
Yeah, because I think our approach being different is much more of a proactive approach rather than reactive. So if we get a complaint about a swale, you know, we're no longer going to just piecemeal this. We're going to look at this more strategically. So, you know, I'm hoping that we can see that plan at one point, and it's one that we're taking into account if we're assessing the pipes and we're rating, you know, where they are, if they're aged or if they're completely destroyed, if we're talking about resurfacing those with the product that we saw recently, or rebuilding them with using the cement. I think it's something that we need to really see and get a better handle on, because again, communication is going to be key to our residents.
Sure, I understand, and that is one of the things we're looking at, is using a different approach at how we do the swales, something that we hope makes a little more sense and is a little more effective and not so reactive. But we'll be putting something together and bringing that back for you.
And Mayor, if I can add, I know stormwater in this enhanced program is top priority, very visible to community, and we'll be back in front of council to talk about where we are in the process, where of course we have staff that's part of this, a budget amendment that will get started in recruiting. We have contractors that we're working on getting. So Mike and the team are fully aware of how high of a priority this is for you. And so we'll definitely be back to talk about where we are in the projects and the programs. You'll see it as we go through capital planning. You'll see the major projects, but we definitely want to talk to you about where we are in the maintenance activities as well. And for the community, we are changing our approach. So to simply dig out swales over and over again that aren't draining, we're taking a different approach. So that may mean that swale may be a little delayed in being addressed, but when it does get addressed, it'll actually flow downstream. And so, you know, we are completely changing our approach, and we do need to be able to communicate that to the public and let them know when their project in their neighborhoods are happening. So.
Well, I also think, you know, we don't not need to talk about if a hurricane hits our community again, but the fact of the matter is we live in Florida, and at one point that is going to be a reality once again. So government is always very slow to react. It's very frustrating, frankly, how slow it is. So we've made this investment. we've taken this approach, and not only do I want it to be a priority, but I want it to be brought back to us so we understand comprehensively what that approach is going to be.
Fully understood.
Council, any other questions or comments on this particular item?
I think Carl may have a few more slides.
Okay.
Sorry.
I do have a couple more slides. Our 5-year CIP, I have a summary slide here that shows on the left-hand column what was approved in the CIP budget, and the green column is an amended budget with the enhanced fund revenue stream. So it has associated expenses for the various categories. And then
can you go back to that for a minute? I just want to make sure. We're including the LiDAR, correct, in this? Or is there a technology component to this that will help us not only identify, again, the topography and how it's changed landscape-wise, but also a way where we're going to help plan for that engagement in the future of looking towards those citizens that have those requests, particularly, again, with the swales. The stormwater and the canals and the pipes are critical to this, but I want to make sure that we have a map that's outlined so each neighborhood knows when to expect their swale in their neighborhood is going to be attended to.
So we have the LiDAR data now. We're actually using it as part of some of our planning processes. Our consultants, I'm sure, will be using it as well. Mike can confirm that. The second part about that of communicating with citizens, we're in the middle of our partnership with Coastal Cloud, and I believe that's going to be part of that process, is how do we better communicate with our citizens. I'd say one thing, Carl, if you would point out, because when City Council chose the enhanced, they did choose a phased-in approach, and there is a portion with the freshwater canals that gets phased in. And is that 21, Carl? Is that when that work begins with the freshwater canals?
Yeah, as you can see, the freshwater canal system really starts to ramp up in 21. So the canal dredging and canal capacity improvement projects are the two major type of enhancements that are phased in. So those first 2 years, there won't be a lot of work, but there'll be a lot more study in determining where we need to start, what the program's going to be, if we're going to make enhancements or add capacity, where should that be. So we will be working on the planning portion of those two, but the actual work for those two won't begin to 21.
It's a large investment, and we want to feel confident that what we're doing, the projects we choose when we move forward, that we feel like those are going to be of the most benefit and have the most impact.
And I'm assuming because, again, this is going to be a different approach with the long-term debt, that when our population grows and we have residents that are being assessed this tax, that it goes into this, because this is an enterprise fund, that hopefully we can look at continuing to accelerate this program.
Absolutely.
Correct? Is that the thought process?
Absolutely. Yeah, this program, as you see from the revenue numbers, grows over time, and the amount of projects and work grows as well because the infrastructure continues to age.
And this is indexed now, this fund? Did we index this?
Helena's probably going to be the one to answer that question.
Yeah, I believe the resolution is written so after the final increase in 23 or 24, it's indexed from that point.
For the CPI.
Okay. All right, so that'll be indexed moving forward. Okay.
Correct, after the increases are done.
Okay, good. Okay.
And we do have budget amendments tied to this, that additional revenue required a budget amendment for the Stormwater Management Fund, as well as the Fleet Fund, because there are some equipment purchases associated with the enhancements. And an item on the agenda for today also is a work order with DRMP, and this kind of goes in line with what we've been speaking to earlier. We have DRMP coming in to help with some of that planning study using the LiDAR information, identifying the floodplain, helping identify projects and where we need best use those dollars for enhancements.
And this also help us identify at least 10 conceptual level plans we can move forward with to help with storage and conveyance. And you mentioned LiDAR. LiDAR is a big part of this. That data is very valuable, and we've already been using it to look at the swales looking at where the water flows, looking at trying to segregate that work so it makes sense related to the drainage basins and the drainage patterns.
So really you have 4 items today for council approval. One is to approve the 5-year CIP, revised plan, adopt the stormwater budget amendment for the stormwater fund and the fleet fund, approve a work order with DRP, and approve a contract with Aqua Management Plus for weed control maintenance of the canal system.
The bottom 2 items are on consent, just so you're aware, Mayor and Council.
Any other questions or comments? I'll open up to the public. Any member of the public wish to make public comment on agenda item number 17, please do so at this time.
A few years back, when they discussed this stormwater business, they assessed the homeowner for the full value of whatever the tax is, but the people that own property, vacant property, they were given a discount because they, at that time, the commission, the city council thought that if you have open property, right, instead of the water flowing into the swale, right, it goes into the ground. Now my argument there was, I've got open property that's when the rain comes down off my house, it sinks into my ground. So why do I have to pay a full assessment of the stormwater system, and somebody that owns a piece of property pays maybe a quarter of what I'm paying? So I would suggest, think about that, review it, and charge these people what they should be charged. Even though it's vacant, they don't have a house, they still should, at one time they're going to benefit, and they'll benefit by our suffrage. So if let them pay their way, like we do. Even though there's no house on it, they still have runoff, and because, as you notice, right, we're getting heavier rainstorms. They don't come often, but they do come, and that's why you get a lot of flooding on these streets. So I just say, just consider it.
Thank you.
It's a form of income.
Next speaker. No one else? I'll close public comment. Bo or someone, can you explain sort of the approach that was taken years ago about surface area and runoff?
So this is a stormwater fee. So it's based on engineering study, and that the fee is fair for the different property owners. I'm going to let Mike answer the question about why a vacant lot versus a developed lot. I know it has to do with the runoff cost from impervious, but maybe Mike, if you could add to.
Impervious area, you don't have the driveways and rooftops, so less water leaves the property. It actually does produce less runoff.
So that fee difference is based on that.
Okay. Council, any further discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Agenda item number 18 is appoint 3 members to fill vacancies on the Planning Land Development Regulation Board. Go ahead, Bo.
Mayor, Council, this board, according to your code of ordinances, requires that you have fair representation from each of the districts. This has been an issue in the past with getting applicants, and that's why you see currently there is no representation from District 3. That being said, we have 3 openings. there were 7 applications, 3 of which are currently serving on the board. So you have basically 2 options in handling these appointments. You can either appoint based on representation, which will result in you reappointing Ms. Dotson Lucas as the only District 1 applicant, appointing Mr. Robert D. Maria as the only District 3 applicant, and then appointing or reappointing any of the remainder. Or as an option, you can revise your code, re-advertise, and seek more applications, and possibly change the rules that you won't require a representation from each district, but give yourself more flexibility to do so, balancing the interest of having board experience. That decision is up to you. We stand by ready with either option as far as balloting which way you decide to go.
I think always the problem is if you do away with districts. I mean, Palm Coast is large landmass wise, and the districts themselves, I think, do represent a good broad base of our population. And so you always run the risk of doing away and getting 5 applicants that live in one portion of the community that may not really have a direct impact on the decisions that are made at the planning board. For instance, if there is a multifamily housing project that comes up in the east section, at least there's, to me, a representative from that district that certainly has an interest, if you will, in the community's impact, in particular that area. So, you know, I'm a little hesitant to change how we do this. Has this always been our way?
So this is the only board that basically requires City Council to have a representative from each district. Your other boards, it suggests it, makes it, if I'm correct, Bill.
That's correct.
It gives you a little bit more flexibility. So this is the only board that requires it. And once again, this is a City Council decision. You can go forward and do the appointment. Of course, if you're appointing by district, you would automatically reappoint Ms. Dotson Lucas and appoint Mr. Robert De Maria, and your only balloting would be on the remaining spot. So if that's the City Council's desire, I think Virginia's
so Council, let's ask this first. I mean, what is the appetite of this council to readdress our ordinance?
Well,
I think I share the opinion. I don't think that this one, I think it makes sense in this circumstance to have the different districts represented, because frankly, having served for a very short time on here, I kind of know now what my area is, and I've been through it, and I can tell you that there are issues in how my district is developed that don't really apply to Bob's district or Nick's district. That I think that does make sense that we have to be part of that community that's working on how the city develops, taking consideration what's in every aspect. Honestly, I know where Nick's district is. I'm never over there. I don't really know what's going on over there or what the city's like, because it just isn't any call for me to be in. I'm fortunate enough to live and work very close to each other, so I don't have to get outside my district that much. So my thought would be to keep it in place as it is, require district representation, and go ahead with the situation we have.
But you're saying there's just one district, do we have nobody that's applied for?
No, this time we were fortunate that we do have applicants from the districts that weren't, one of them wasn't previously represented. So you had now one applicant from each of those districts. So this total council discretion decision. So Virginia's ready to move forward however you want to move forward with the appointments.
With the incumbents, though, whose terms are not expiring, you have 2 and 4 covered. In the applicants to fill the 3 openings, you have 1 from District 1, and 1 applicant from District 3. So as Bo indicated in his introduction, if you want to comply with the city code, you would need to move and appoint those 2 individuals. That would leave you with 1 more applicant to fill the remaining opening, and you could choose from any of the remaining applicants to fill that last position.
And there are 2 applicants that are looking to stay on the board. One of them requires a 4/5 vote,
James
and
Jones.
the other is just a regular unanimous vote. 3.
James Jones and Jake Scully are looking to be reappointed. They are in District 2. Mr. Jones would require a 4/5 vote.
So, council's.
Well, just for point of information, I don't want to sound ignorant because I spent, I think, 7 years on the PLDRB. How long has this been a requirement? I mean, we obviously have people that are serving and would like to be reappointed, and no offense to the applicants. I mean, I always sort of thought of this board as a skill position. I mean, it's fine, good intentions are great, but it helps to have people with a background in the development field or the land use field, and I'd hate to replace an incumbent just to allocate a slot to a particular district. You know, I've lived in District 1 my whole life here in the city, so in a way I'm a little like Mr. Lyons. I don't necessarily get down to District 3 or whatever very often, but I mean, how did we wind up with the distribution we've got if there was, I mean, was there just no applicant from District 3?
Yes, so Bill may be able to get an answer how long. I think the rule's been in place for quite some time.
Yeah,
last time I think we advertised, re-advertised, begged and pleaded, and so that's why you have the situation that the current board has no representation from District 3 because we just couldn't surely get an applicant. Obviously the work of the board has to, planning board is an important board of the cities, and so had to have work get done. So that's why you find in the current situation where there's no representation from District 3. So that's why I brought up the 2 options. You obviously will, if you proceed with the district representation, you will lose a board member that has served and reapplied to continue serving. So it is that would either be James Jones or Jake Scully, or you can reappoint any of the remaining applicants, so they both could come off the board. That'll be, of course, city council direction choice.
Councilman Lyons, that if to keep it to the district, because like you said, I mean, then they have an idea of what's going on in that district and what's coming up and in their own neighborhoods. So that would mean that we just have to do 1 vote.
Right, you would still make the appointments, but it'd be only 1 ballot for the remaining position. So
Let's try that.
District 4 is currently Glenn Davis, and Glenn Davis is staying. That term hasn't expired yet, so it's just.
correct.
We still have to formalize 1 and 3 though.
Yes.
By a vote.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to do that before the vote?
Yeah.
To reappoint and appoint?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so you would need a motion to reappoint District 1 Civil Dodson Lucas and appoint District 3 Robert DiMaria to the board.
Motion to that effect.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, so 1, 3, we can take action on that. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Okay, now we take the vote on the remainder, which is just 1.
Correct, and the names are listed below.
Mayor, while you're doing that, I just wanted to let you know that I went into your code book and tried to find a little bit of the history of this particular requirement. And it looks like this requirement has been in place at least since 2006 and possibly from the very beginning, which would be 1999. So this is not something that just came into effect a year or 2 ago.
Wait, we have to check.
Do we? Okay, I don't know.
Sorry. Here.
Have our writing it.
Got one from everybody.
I was assuming we needed instruction if it was a secret ballot or what. Thank you.
What? I do everything on here.
You guys are so funny.
Right with my phone, actually. Hold on a second.
Right? That must be good.
My wife finds a ballpoint pen that I can use
votes for Jake Scully and 1 vote for James Jones.
Do we have a motion to appoint Jake Scully?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Okay, any member of the public wish to make public comment on agenda item, which is the consent agenda, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, or 30. Please do so at this time. Okay. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, take it back to this council, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
It's point of order. I love talking about all this Robert's Rule stuff. Isn't one of these items also have to be approved by the CRA?
That was approved earlier on. That's why you had that separate recess.
Just wanted to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Okay, do we take the vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll now move to the end of our agenda, which is the end of public participation. Any member of the public who has not already spoken in public participation at the beginning of the meeting can speak and has up to 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Florida Park Drive was designed as a collector road. That means to collect traffic from residential areas that are along Florida Park Drive and move it to the arterial outer parkways. What has happened though is that Florida Park Drive is being used as a collector road, not just for F section residential area. It's being used as a collector road for all the traffic that's been gathered over on the C section that moves up to Palm Harbor Parkway and then down Palm Coast Parkway, Florida Park Drive. Same thing about Palm Coast Parkway. Florida Park Drive has become a collector road, not just for the residential streets that access Florida Park Drive, but it's a collector road now for the C section. It's a collector road for any traffic on Palm Harbor Parkway. It's a collector road for any traffic on Palm Coast Parkway. So as traffic on those parkways increase, Florida Park Drive has no other option probably but just to watch the traffic grow. So we need the city to really intervene in this. I know that you have a traffic study coming up in 2019. We really need the city to look at a professional, independent traffic engineering common company to come in and take a look at that and come up with methods to reduce that traffic, because right now all it's going to do is keep growing. As the traffic on Palm Harbor keeps growing, so will the traffic on Palm Coast Parkway keep growing, and naturally it's going to keep growing right through the residential area of Florida Park Drive. So the residents of Florida Park Drive would really like the city to be progressive in this. One of the comments that Mayor you made was government moves very slow. That is so true when it comes to Florida Park Drive. The government is moving very slow. And what about people that are getting harmed by this traffic, this amount of traffic? We just accept it, that the government's going to move slow about it? I try to do work out in my yard sometimes, and just the parenting noise drives me inside. And as I get older, I'm more cautious about trying to protect my hearing. So how am I going to do that if the noise is constant? Ask any ENT, will constant noise affect your hearing? And see what kind of answer you get. I'm pretty sure they'll tell you a constant noise will affect your health. So I'm just asking, let's not move slow because people are being harmed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. close public comment. I know that Councilmember Clufus has brought back a suggestion for Florida Park Drive. Mr. Carr was not at the meeting when it was brought up. So we've instructed staff to work with Councilmember Clufus to bring back a plan as part of our strategic approach. So are we working towards that goal?
Yeah, our goal is to come back to council with basically a request for solutions to outline, to make sure we're on the same page about what you're looking for from a transportation consultant or air quality consultant. Obviously, it's going to be helpful when we have additional staff in place, a traffic engineer, to help us with this project, but it is something we plan on moving forward early in 2019 to be back before you, City Council. Thank you.
Okay, discussion by City Council of matters not on the agenda. Councilmember Shipley.
I do have one thing. I think it was 2 weeks ago, Councilman Lyons suggested about the TNR, that we do a workshop. And I know Ms. Grossman has been working on doing some work on the TNR program. But I think we're getting too big from what we actually just need to change. So I would like to ask if we could have it on the next workshop. I've been working on it for 4 years now, and I'd kind of like to get it done before I leave and just tweak what we already have there. I don't think we need all the studies. I think if we just make a couple of changes to the ordinance and a little bit of education for the animal control workers and some residents, I think that's all we really need. And I think that's all the TNR people are really asking for.
I've requested this be on the 30th, so it will be on the 30th. Both the TNR and Mr. Reich will be presenting Dangerous Dogs.
Come all together.
Yes. Okay. So both issues will be on the workshop on the 30th.
Okay.
Okay. And if you have anything specific, you know, anyone on this council that could be helpful in that discussion, could you get it to staff?
I'm going to send you everything I have.
Okay, that'd be helpful, just so they can come to us with an approach that would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. All right. Is that all?
That's it.
Okay. Councilmember Lyon.
Nothing for me.
Okay. Vice Mayor Cuff.
Regrettably, yes. Just one item, and I know that this is going to sound like whining to the general public because we are up here as volunteers to do this, but I do think we need to have some discussion about how agendas are set and what items go on and what items don't, not just because, you know, of our comfort or convenience or whatever, but when you have an agenda with 32 items on it, as this one did before a couple dropped off, it really isn't fair to anybody, but particularly to the public, because I think it discourages public attendance and participation. And, you know, I mean, frankly, I did get to go see First Man, great movie if you haven't seen it, this weekend, but besides that, I basically spent the weekend and a good part of Friday and a good part of yesterday trying to read the backup for the agenda. So we get paid not much to do that. I think expecting the public to be able to follow this many items on what should be a routine business meeting agenda is expecting a lot from everybody involved. And you know, we can workshop it at some point to discuss how, you know, what makes it on the agenda, what doesn't. Obviously, urgent, time-sensitive stuff has to be agended when it has to be agended, but, you know, other things, yeah. Despite our desire for efficiency and keeping things moving, I think we'd be doing everybody a favor if we tried to spread things out a little more evenly.
I will say the items discussed on the innovation and this redevelopment was time sensitive from the development perspective. You know, I definitely agree with you. I also think it has to do with what our council's priorities are and ensuring that they're getting done in a timely manner. So we've taken on some big projects, frankly, as a council. We've gone through a very lengthy budget process and had many lengthy discussions on our infrastructure needs and our projects. So I do think it's worthy of a conversation. I'm hoping that when we get past some of the topics we've identified that we can certainly get into a mode where it's much more manageable. Yeah. Is that all you have?
That's it.
Okay. I don't have anything, so. Mr. Reichman. Okay.
Following up, you know, there's a couple things going on with the long agenda today. One, we're at the beginning of fiscal year. So a lot of your items are routine purchases, contracts that we need in order to operate as a city. You know, if it does come up for future discussion, there always is the option of providing additional authority to staff to approve those routine items that are within budgetary, within the approved budget approved by council. That's a discussion we can have. The other thing is I am trying to be responsive to council's direction to move things forward. I'm hearing that maybe not as we'll try to, I'm sure, after we get past the beginning of the fiscal year, some of the routine items will slow down and your agendas will look a little less lengthy. But there are some important items on this agenda, some that you directed us to put on this agenda. So, but I can understand, as my staff also understands the pain in getting ready for this meeting. So, other than that, I just want to say our thoughts are with our fire department crew that's out in the Panhandle helping out. So appreciate those folks stepping up and being away from their families to help those in need. And then I believe, Cindy, is the last Food Truck Tuesday coming up? It's tonight. There you go.
I was going to say the parking lot was closed off over there, so.
That's all, Mayor.
Okay. Are you ready to leave?